This drama, set in the 1970s, is all about the investigation of a murder.
Excuse me?
Yes, madam?
Do you think I could see somebody in charge?
Well, depends what the problem is.
It's my daughter. She didn't come home last night.
Ah, yes. How old is she?
Nearly 21.
Does she have a boyfriend?
Yes, and he's very concerned as well.
She isn't with him.
Oh, no.
I see. What's her name?
Julia.
Surname?
Marsden.
And when did you last see your daughter, Mrs. Marsden?
Well, I suppose it was the day before yesterday.
That'll be Wednesday.
Yes.
So she hasn't been home for 2 nights?
No. You see, she's a student nurse,
Yeah.
and this week she's on the early shift. She starts work at 7 o'clock, so I don't see her in the mornings.
So she was home on Wednesday night?
Yes.
And she didn't say anything that might suggest she wouldn't be coming home last night?
Oh, no, of course not.
Didn't have an argument, did you?
No.
Nor with Mr. Marsden?
My husband's dead.
You see, the problem is your daughter's of age. Unless she breaks the law, there's nothing we can do to bring her back. Not if she doesn't want to come.
But she hasn't left home. She hasn't taken any of her clothes. And we haven't had an argument. We get on well together. She's happy in her job. She's happy with her boyfriend.
Look, Mrs. Marsden, you see, even in a small town like this, lots of young people go missing. Most of them turn up again safe and sound. Believe me, there's nothing to worry about.
But Julia wouldn't run off. She doesn't have reason to.
Look, have you phoned the hospital?
What?
The hospital where Julia works. Have you phoned to see if she's turned up for work this morning?
Well, no.
Well, I think you should do that, don't you? I mean, she could be trying to phone you at this very moment with some sort of explanation. Here, you ring the hospital.
Did I tell you it's my birthday today?
No.
I'm 43.
Happy birthday.
Thanks.
Doing anything special tonight, then?
No. I might go down to the social club for a few beers. That'll be about it. Do you want to come?
Oh, I wouldn't mind. Yeah. How long you been in the force?
Nearly 20 years. 10 as detective sergeant. I'm still dreaming of making DI.
Why not?
I've been passed over too many times, that's why not. It would require an act of considerable merit on my part for my name ever to be taken seriously again at a promotion board.
Oh, I don't know. Been blokes waiting longer than you who've made it.
Yeah, but my face doesn't fit anymore. It certainly doesn't fit with people like Armstrong. No, what I want now is a job as an advisor with some security firm. You know, sort of thing. Something at twice my present salary, plus expenses, and a firm's car.
Yeah, who doesn't?
Burgess? Yeah? What? Well, I don't want to see her. How old is she? Yeah, and how long's she been missing? 1 night. Does she know there's nothing we can do to bring her back? Yeah. Oh, all right, I'll have a word with her. Put her in one of the interview rooms with a cup of tea and a policewoman. OK, you better bring it in.
What's up?
A distraught mother who's mislaid her daughter. She's having a nervous breakdown all over the duty sergeant.
What are you going to do?
Have a word with her, reassure her. You know, the usual cobblers. Oh, there's a photograph. Perhaps you'd like to file it when the sergeant brings it in.
Well, seems she came prepared for the worst.
Well, they always do, don't they? Mrs. Marsden?
Yes.
I'm Detective Sergeant Burgess.
Oh?
I've just had a word with the duty sergeant, and, well, whereas I fully appreciate how you must be feeling, there's very little we can do at the moment.
But why not?
Well, I'm sure the sergeant has already explained most of the reasons to you.
Yes, but my My daughter hasn't run away. She hasn't taken any of her things with her.
Have you checked thoroughly?
Well, of course I have.
I mean really thoroughly. It's not unknown for someone to leave home and not take their clothes with them. I mean, they're bulky things, difficult to get out of the house undetected if you want to leave quietly. The sort of thing you want to check on are articles like bank deposit, passbook, valuable jewellery, chequebook, things you wouldn't immediately notice were missing.
No, look, Sergeant, I know you probably think I'm just being an hysterical mother, but I know Julia hasn't run away from home. We get on very well together. She's studying to be a nurse. It's a job she loves, and her final exams are in a few weeks' time. If she just wouldn't run away with that about to happen, whatever else was going on in her life.
I gather she hasn't gone into work today.
No. And I'm terrified something awful has happened to her.
Please, Mrs. Marsden.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
That's all right. Did your daughter go into work yesterday?
Yes. Her ward sister said she went off duty at 3 yesterday afternoon, just as usual.
Were you expecting her to come straight home?
No, she was to meet her boyfriend. I think they were going shopping and then on to the cinema. Only she wasn't there when he went to collect her.
Where were they supposed to meet?
Oh, I don't know, you'll have to ask him.
Okay. What's his name?
Raymond Taylor. I gave his address to the sergeant.
Right. Now, Mrs. Marsden, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll have a word with Mr. Taylor and see if he can shed any light on where your daughter might have gone. It's possible she may have confided in him. I'll also see our patrol cars are given her photograph, and if she's spotted, we'll ask her to get in touch with you. But I'm afraid after that it's her decision. You do understand that?
Yes. But I've got this terrible feeling that she's dead.
Now that's silly.
Is it? I don't think so. Aren't you still looking for that man?
Who?
Well, you know. That man, the murderer.
Oh, you mean the one they call Slippery Sam?
Yes.
You can forget about him.
Well, you never caught him.
I know, but we have every reason to believe the man responsible has left the area.
Well, how can you know?
Because I'm part of the team still working on the case. And let me tell you that via reports, interviews, forensic information, I know as much about that bloke as it's possible to know without actually meeting him. Believe me, Mrs. Marsden, he's gone.
But he's already killed 3 women.
The last one was 5 months ago. You've no need to worry about Slippery Sam.
Well, why do you call him that?
Well, that was the press. You know them, they like to put a handle on everything. And much to our embarrassment, we nearly grabbed him a couple of times. But he was lucky. He managed to slip away.
I see.
Now, don't worry about it, Mrs. Marsden. I'm sure Julia will turn up. All right?
Thank you.
I'll get a car to take you home. A policewoman can stay with you for a bit if you want. Okay?
Yes.
Oh, don't worry. We'll be in touch soon.
How did it go?
I can't stand women crying.
Were you able to reassure her?
Oh, I doubt it. I think she's convinced Slippery Sam's got hold of her. Hello? Carpool. This is Sergeant Burgess. Can you arrange for a vehicle to take a Mrs. Marsden home? Yeah. She's in interview room 2. OK? Try and be quick about it. She's in a bit of a state. Cheers.
Is this the daughter?
Yeah, not a bad looker.
The sort Slippery Sam would like.
Don't you start.
Sorry. Do you want any action taken on this girl?
Why not? We haven't got much else to do.
Right. I'll get the photograph distributed then.
Yeah. Might as well have a word with the boyfriend, too.
Shall I come along?
Well, if you fancy the exercise.
Hello. 5847. Oh, hello, Mum. Yes. Yes, I'm afraid we're still in bed. Pardon? Are you all right? Are you sure? Yes, what's the matter? Oh, come on, Mum, tell me. Please. All right. Let me talk to Malcolm. I'll ring you back in a few minutes. Are you on your own? Why not ask Mrs. Fletcher to come in and keep you company? I'll call back in a little while.
What was that about?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, what did she say?
Nothing very much. She was crying.
She's always bloody crying.
Oh, don't start, Malcolm, please.
It's true, though.
All right, I know it's true, but this time she sounded really unhappy. She wants me to go up there.
Oh, no. This happens nearly every bloody school holiday.
You don't have to come.
I know, but it would be nice to spend the remainder of half-term with you.
I'm sorry.
Suppose the reason for the tears was your bloody father again.
Isn't it always?
Why does he always have to go off on the razzle during school holidays?
Why don't you ask him?
Perhaps I might. But she really sounded unhappy.
Yes.
Oh, I suppose you'd better go.
I think I should. I'll ring the station and see what time the trains are.
Don't you want me to come with you?
Of course I do. You know I don't cope very well with her on my own. But you don't have to come if you don't want to.
Yeah, well, we'll take the car. I think it should be able to wheeze its way up there one more time.
I never liked this new estate much.
Why not?
I don't know. There's something missing. Seems sort of bare. Not quite finished.
How do you mean?
I don't know. Perhaps it's because there aren't any trees.
My wife spent nearly 2 years trying to persuade me to buy a house up here.
I reckon you were wise not to.
I sometimes wonder. She'd no sooner stopped pestering me about the house than she up and left. Good morning, sir. Raymond Taylor?
Yes?
I'm Detective Sergeant Burgess. This is Detective Constable Bailey. We did phone, sir.
Ah, yes, of course. Come in. Sorry about the mess. If you throw that stuff on the floor, you can sit down there.
Well, I don't know whether you've spoken to Mrs. Marsden this morning, but I've already explained to her that there's very little we can do about her daughter's disappearance.
Yes, she told me.
The only reason I'm here now is to try and get a better picture of what might have happened. I gather you were planning to meet Julia yesterday afternoon.
That's right.
And what time was that?
It was supposed to be about 3:30, but I had trouble with my car. I couldn't get it started.
So what time did you turn up?
Not until about 4:10.
Where were you planning to meet?
I was collecting her from the hospital.
Were you surprised she hadn't waited?
Well, very surprised. I mean, the car I've got is an old bagger. I'm always having trouble with it. Nowadays, I'm more often late than early.
Her mother said you were going shopping together.
Yes, that's right.
There's no chance she might have gone off by herself. You know, frightened the shops might close or something.
Oh, I doubt it. We're supposed to be going over to Birmingham.
Well, perhaps you just got fed up waiting.
She's not like that. She knows if I'm late, there's a good reason. We've been going out for 2 years now. She knows I never keep her hanging around on purpose.
When you found she'd gone, did you go into the hospital and see if she left a message?
Well, no. You see, I didn't actually go to the hospital itself.
Sir?
I haven't explained this very well. You know there's a new one-way system just been introduced around the hospital?
Yes.
Well, I've not really sorted it out yet. And if you miss the turn-off to Birmingham, you have to go all the way round before you can turn off again.
So where did you arrange to meet her?
On the corner of Fitzgerald Road.
Which end?
At the junction with Chandos Road.
That's a fair old walk, innit?
Well, I suppose it is. Well, it's just that it's easier for me.
What would Julia have been wearing?
Sorry?
What was she likely to be wearing yesterday afternoon? I mean, would she have changed, or would she have met you in her uniform?
Well, she usually changes if we're going out somewhere.
So she would have taken clothes into work with her?
I suppose so. Well, I've never really thought about it.
Hmm. I suppose you've no idea where she is.
No. I'd tell her mother if I did.
And you didn't have an argument with her yesterday afternoon?
Well, of course I didn't. I didn't see her.
Not even when you got to Birmingham? You didn't leave her there, did you?
No.
OK. Don't look so worried.
You don't think I've done anything to her?
I doubt it. How does she get on with her mother?
Fine.
Argue much?
Well, Julia never mentioned it if she did.
And she's not said anything to you in the recent past that might suggest she wanted to leave home?
No.
Even if it was only to go off for a few days by herself?
She just isn't the sort of person who would do that. Not without saying something first. She's too considerate. And why should she want to leave home anyway?
We'll ask her when we find her. Until then, Thanks very much for your help.
Well, what happens now?
We'll keep an eye open for her. Don't worry. We'll let you know as soon as we learn something.
Well, isn't there anything else you can do?
I'm afraid not, sir.
Do you want to stop for lunch?
I don't think so. I'd rather keep going. You know, it amazes me how that marriage manages to stagger on.
Well, this time I'm going to find out why it does. I mean, this must be the 4th time in a year this has happened. Mum can't go on like this. Neither can we.
I wonder why he stays.
What do you mean?
Well, if he can still pull the birds with the ease he seems to, why doesn't he shove off altogether?
I don't know.
I can't believe he even likes her very much now.
He always comes back.
Only because she's stupid enough to forgive him. I don't know why she doesn't kick him out of it. She could hardly be worse off than she is now.
Burgess. Oh, hello, Mrs. Marsden. Have you? Was there anything missing? I see. Hang on, I'll just make a note. Jeans, navy blue polo neck sweater, plim soles, and what? A black duffel coat. Nothing else? None of her personal effects? I see. What about her uniform? Yeah. OK. Well, many thanks, Miss... Sure, don't worry. We'll be in touch as soon as we learn anything. OK. Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Marsden. Yeah. Goodbye. God, that woman does go on.
Well, you can't blame her.
That still doesn't make it any easier to put up with.
Is this what you might be wearing?
Yeah. Black duffel coat, navy blue pullover, jeans and plimsolls. That'll make her really conspicuous. Especially the jeans and plimsolls.
No personal effects missing.
No. So let's hope she hurries up back.
Well, if this is accurate, I think it unlikely Sam's got hold of her.
What is it?
Sighting of the said villain.
Where?
Madrid.
Where did that come from?
It's with the Interpol stuffer coming this morning.
He gets around, doesn't he? The last place was Geneva.
Do you think the super will let us check it out?
You must be joking. He wouldn't sanction a trip for you to put flowers on your mother's grave on your day off.
Yeah, could be right.
Come on, let's go and have something to eat. I'll treat you to lunch then at the Swan.
Oh, birthday lunch.
Why not? We can try their real ale. It's supposed to be quite good. Oh, bugger it. If it's the DI complaining about you spelling again, you'll be buying the lunch. Burgess. Yeah? Where? Walton Woods. Have you told the Heavy Brigade? What about Mr. Armstrong? Right. No, I'm going straight up there.
Now what?
Someone's found a body at Walton Woods.
It's cold. Why do these sort of things always happen just as you're about to go to lunch?
If this is Sam's handiwork, you'll be bloody glad you missed it. Sutton,
Yeah, Skip?
is the doc here yet?
Yeah, he's up at the site.
What's he like?
As usual.
Well, that's something to look forward to.
The control van's been quick in getting here.
Then our Lord and Master is in residence. We need not fear anything, except his breath.
I don't think I've ever got that close to Armstrong.
You're very wise. His breath's so bad, you wish he had a simple case of halitosis.
Why does Armstrong cause you so much needle?
He just gets up my nose. Do you know, he once called me an incompetent snotbag.
He calls everybody that. It's part of his childish charm.
I know, but when he said it to me, he meant it.
You're too sensitive.
I'm not. It's not without reason he keeps blocking my promotion. He meant it all right. And it wasn't until he started doing that I realised how bloody ambitious I was.
Yeah, well, collar Sam, they'll probably make you chief superintendent.
Collar him and I'll expect to be made bloody king. Hello, Doc. You don't look too cheerful.
Neither will you be when you see the state the body's in.
That bad, eh?
That bad.
Have you finished with it?
Yes,
Do you mind if we have a look?
if you want.
You were right. It is bad. Is it a Sam killing?
Without considerably more work, I can't tell you anything for certain. But I think so. Head bashed in, badly mutilated face and chest, plus strangulation.
That's my boy.
She been raped.
Yes.
How long's she been dead?
Difficult to tell at the moment. It's such a cold night, it's affected the decomposition. But I think between 24 or 36 hours.
Any ID?
Not yet.
Could it be her?
You saw the face. How can I possibly tell?
Have a good look. If it is her, we can get things moving much faster.
I realise that, but I can't help you. Who is she?
Julia Marsden. She went missing yesterday.
I can't say if it's the same person.
OK, Doc. Thanks. Oh, one thing. Any of her clothing left?
The remains of a pair of jeans, blue pullover, not much else.
What about a black duffel coat?
Not that I've seen.
OK.
Perhaps you'd care to tell Superintendent Armstrong that I've finished.
Sure.
That the sooner he gets the body to the lab, the sooner he'll have my report.
I'll do that. And thanks for your help, Doc.
That's all right.
She was in a mess, wasn't she?
They all are. Is this the first of Sam's work you've seen?
Yeah.
Let's hope it's the last.
Hello, Mum.
Jenny. Oh, it's really nice to see you, love. I'm so glad you could come.
Hello, Maureen.
Hello, Malcolm. Oh, you don't know how pleased I am you could both come. Come in, come in. Come into the sitting room. Would you like some tea?
That would be nice.
Shall I make it?
No, you sit down.
I'll rather make it. It gives me something to do.
Well, all right then. Do you know where everything is?
I should do. I've been here often enough.
Is he all right?
Of course.
Well, he seemed a bit strange.
Oh, Malcolm's fine. You know what he's like. Don't worry about him. He's just a bit tired after the drive. Anyway, we're not here to discuss him.
I know. And I'm sorry the way I phoned up this morning.
Oh, it's all right, Mum. Don't you worry about it.
Felt so unhappy.
What's happened?
The usual.
Dad?
Yes. I haven't seen him since Thursday evening.
Do you know where he is?
I've no idea. That's what's so worrying. I usually know what he's up to.
How do you mean?
Well, you know what he's like when he meets someone he takes a fancy to. Starts taking extra trouble about the way he looks, always changing his underwear, shaves twice a day, that sort of thing. That's usually followed by him staying out half the night, having to entertain clients, as he calls it. Then the inevitable trip that necessitates him having to go away for the weekend. I mean, it's pathetic to see him at work.
It sounds bloody insulting.
You're probably right. But anyway, this time there hasn't been anything. No hints, nothing. I've not got the faintest idea where he is.
Have you tried to phone him at work?
Well, that's the first thing I did, but he isn't there. The person I spoke to said he was on leave.
And they didn't know where he'd gone?
No.
Have you spoken to the police?
What could I say? My husband's gone on holiday and hasn't bothered to tell me where. They just laughed.
It's possible he's had an accident. The police could at least check the hospitals for you.
Oh, don't say that, Jenny.
I think you should consider it.
Kettle's on.
Thank you.
Well, this time that bastard of a father of mine has gone off without saying anything.
That's nothing new.
But Mum's got absolutely no idea where he's gone. I think we should phone the police.
Why?
He might have had an accident.
Forget about it. He'll turn up when he's good and ready. He always does.
I don't think we should bother the police, Jenny. I'll phone the hospital in a little while.
Anyway, from the amount of police activity we saw as we drove into town, I doubt whether they give much consideration to looking for some overgrown schoolboy on the razzle.
Oh, shut up, Malcolm.
What do you mean?
It's nothing. It's just that we saw a lot of police cars in a field as we came off the motorway.
What were they doing?
I don't know. It was probably nothing important.
Well, it's nice to get a bit of warm. Any tea going?
You must be joking. This is Armstrong's control van. Vitriol's the only thing that's brewed here.
Where have you two been?
I told you. I beg your pardon, sir?
We took your bloody time getting here.
Oh, sorry, we were having a word with the doctor.
Has he finished?
Yes, he said you can move the body as soon as you like.
I wish that quack would report directly to me.
I'll tell him for future reference, sir.
Don't you bother, I'll tell him yourself. Anyway, what do you have to say?
Nothing much, although he did reluctantly say he thought Sam was responsible.
Ah, so he's back.
And with a vengeance, it seems.
Yeah, only this time we're going to collar him, and before he needs to kill again.
It's possible we might have a slight edge on him this time.
Yeah? How come?
Well, this could be his victim.
What makes you think that?
Well, it's as much a feeling as anything. Well, this girl was reported missing this morning. She's a student nurse at the local hospital.
So?
Well, she doesn't fit in the usual pattern of girls that abscond. She's got a fairly stable home, very much involved in her job, got a regular boyfriend, all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
In fact, on the surface of it, she's got no reason to leave home at all. Neither has she taken any personal possessions with her.
You've checked this out?
As far as I can.
Have you seen the body?
Yeah, but the face is too bashed about to identify her.
Yeah. All right. We'll mark her up as a possibility. Talk to the parents again.
There's only a mother.
Well, then talk to her. You, Bailey, find out who a doctor and dentist are, and get on to the hospital where she worked. It's likely they'd at least know the colour of her blood, if nothing else.
Right, sir.
Burgess, go careful when you talk to the mother. We've had enough trouble with the bloody press without them accusing us of terrifying respectable old ladies into believing their daughters are dead. There's still every possibility she's alive and well and making her way straight towards Piccadilly Circus.
How is she?
She'll be all right, although she's a bit exhausted. I don't think she slept at all last night. Do you want a hand?
I've nearly finished. There's no need to dry up. Just let the stuff drain.
I thought I might ring the doctor. At least he can give her something to help her sleep.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate that man. My bloody father. If only he knew the pain he caused.
I must admit I'm a bit surprised she still reacts like this. I mean, this must be the 4th time he's gone off for a dirty weekend in a year.
I know. But it's a bit different this time. There was none of the usual build-up. He's just upped and gone.
Do you think he's left her?
Oh, I don't know. Mum's convinced herself he hasn't.
It amazes me how I can still pull the birds at his age.
He may be 52, but as you well know, he looks 10 years younger, and he could charm the knickers off a nun if he wanted. I'm going to phone the doctor.
All right, hey. And when he gets here, I suggest you ask him for something for yourself.
Oh, I'm tired.
Yes?
Mr. Armstrong gone?
About an hour ago. I think he said he was going back to the Nick.
Oh, I'm hungry.
I could do with something as well.
Think we're still wanted here.
Well, I'm certainly not.
Perhaps we could slip out for a bit. Pubs are open.
That's not a bad idea. I'll have a word with the DI.
I reckon he heard you.
Burgess?
Yes, go.
Just have Mr. Armstrong on the phone. He wants you back at the Nick at once.
What's up?
You've just identified the victim.
Who is it?
Seems you are right. It's Julia Marsden. So get your ass back there quick and take Bailey with you.
You wanted to see me, sir?
Yes, come in. I suppose you've heard.
I have.
Here's a pathologist's report. Makes much the same reading as the other Sam murders.
Have you told the girl's mother yet?
Not yet. I've sent a car to fetch her.
When I spoke to Mrs. Marsden this morning, I asked her to check to see whether any of Julia's clothes were missing.
And?
Well, apart from jeans and a pullover, there was a black duffel coat. I wondered if it had been found.
Hang on. Hello. This is Armstrong. Did you find a black duffel coat this afternoon? Yeah. Can you check the list then?
I suppose it could be at the hospital.
Well, it isn't. This is the contents of a locker. Uniform, shoes, towel, couple of magazines. Yeah? Ah, are you sure? Ta. No duffel coat.
Hardly something you'd miss.
You don't know the snot bags are up there this afternoon. Some of them wouldn't notice a steamroller parked in Westminster Abbey. Look, Burgess, I know we've not got on too well in the past, but I'm prepared to forget about that. You responded well when Julia Marsden was reported missing. He looks good in a report when it's seen we've taken action from the very beginning. Keeps the press happy. Helps remove some of the tarnish from our somewhat green image. Right?
Yes, sir.
I gather you've already had a word with a boyfriend.
I don't think we've anything to worry about there.
Good. Now look, I want you to lead one of the teams on this case. Select your own men if you want. But I want results. If Sam's on our patch this time, I want him. I don't want the press rechristening him Slippery Sam. Understood?
Yes?
But don't you let me down, Burgess. I'm putting my faith in you. You screw up on me and there'll be trouble. You work well and I'll make sure the right people hear about it. Because if we grab Sam, there'll be a lot of promotion handed out. You may well see Detective Inspector yet.
I'll look forward to it.
Good. And one more thing, don't forget I'm in charge of this case.
As if I would.
You're only leading your team. You get your nose stuck into something, you let me know. You try and rush off on your own, glory hunting. And I'll crush you. The glory's to be spread around on this case, not hogged. Understood?
Of course.
Good. Then we'll get on fine. Right, you let me know who you want in your team and I'll okay it. Right?
Sure.
There's a briefing tomorrow morning at 9. Should you have any bright thoughts during the night, let me hear them then.
What are you looking at?
There's a police car pulled up along the road.
They're not coming here, are they?
No.
Oh, thank God for that. I don't think I could stand any more today. Where have they gone?
Over there. See where the hall light's just gone off?
Oh.
A hell of a lot of police activity for such a piddling little town.
You're not worried about the car, are you?
Well, as long as they don't look too close. And do you know who lives over there?
I think it's Mrs. Marsden's house.
Well, you seem pleased with yourself.
I am. I've just been having words with Armstrong.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. He wants me to lead one of the teams on this Sam killing.
You're joking.
I'm not. Suddenly, he loves me.
But why the change of heart on his part? This morning you were saying he hated your guts.
He still does, but he liked the way I followed things up on Julia Marsden. I mean, I could have just shoved the report into a drawer. Everybody else would have.
Hey, but you only went to see the boyfriend to get out of the office.
He doesn't know that, does he?
You jammy beggar.
Yeah, well... All right, it was a bit of luck, but that's how most things happen, innit? And it's certainly a bit of luck I intend to take advantage of. Especially as Armstrong reckons there could be a lot of promotion handed out to the team who breaks this case. I must admit it would be very nice to be a DI.
But, I thought you were going into the Bogart business.
I'm serious. This could be our big chance.
Yeah, could be. Aren't you getting a bit carried away?
Why?
Well, we'd just be one team among many. What if Armstrong gives us the bum end of the case? There's not much chance for us if we spend all our time sweeping up after everyone else.
Armstrong's desperate to break this case. It's been hanging over him for a year.
So?
So he'll be open to all suggestions.
So what are you planning to wow him with?
Remember the interview with the boyfriend?
Yeah.
Do you remember he was supposed to be meeting her on the corner of Fitzgerald and Chandos Road, and that he was late?
So?
Well, he gave the impression that Julia was the sort of woman who would have waited patiently for him.
But she didn't. She went off.
Yes, but after waiting how long? He was 40 minutes late. She could have waited anything up to a couple of minutes before he arrived.
And you're hoping someone might have seen her?
That's it. But more important, that someone might have seen Sam pick her up on that corner. After all, she got into the car somewhere.
Yeah, that's true.
So what I'm going to suggest to Armstrong in the morning is that my team knocks on the door of every house in the Fitzgerald Chandos Road area. Some nosy Parker might have seen what went on.
You reckon Armstrong will let you handle it?
Why not? Someone will have to. Why not the bloke who suggested it?
What time's the briefing tomorrow?
9 o'clock.
God, it's been a long day. How long do you think we'll have to stay?
I don't know. I suppose we can't stay longer than Sunday.
Depends what happens. Hey, just think. At this very moment, your dad is probably shacked up in some hotel, humping his currant bird without a care in the world.
Well, let's hope he stays with her this time.
Do you think your mum will take him back?
I don't know. She's pretty hurt. I think she realises things can't go on like this. Let's just hope he writes soon so we can all get on with our lives again. I'm nearly asleep.
You feel all right?
Gin and Valium is certainly a very good mix. Good night.
Burgess? Sir? How many men will you need for this house-to-house thing of yours?
As many men as you can spare.
The way things are going, you might be working alone. I need every man I can get hold of to search those woods again.
The duffel coat's definitely missing.
Mrs. Marsden's convinced it is, so I suppose we've got to do something about it. Did I have a session with her? It's all about crying. She went on and on. I had to get a bloody doctor to her in the end.
Where is she now?
They've taken her into hospital, Women's Medical. There's a bloody irony. It's the ward her daughter was working on. Hope to God nobody tells her.
The coat into the hospital, is it?
No, I had a team in there this morning taking the locker room to pieces and another lot interviewing the staff.
Are you going to get any outside helping?
You must be joking. This is a local affair. I want it kept that way. So every man's going to have to work twice as hard as usual.
Oh, that's something to look forward to.
Should you work 3 times as hard as usual, Bailey, you should just about turn in a reasonable day's work. All right? Give me 5 minutes, Burgess. I'll come back to you on how many men you can have.
Right, sir.
What did I say?
Too much. Armstrong doesn't like silly remarks. I should have thought you'd learned that by now.
Obviously not. Well, there's one thing I have.
What?
You were right about his breath.
Oh, shut up. Find me a road map. I want to work out how we're going to approach this house-to-house thing.
What's the matter?
I feel rather strange.
How do you mean?
Sort of light-headed.
Oh, that's probably the side effects of the drugs you took.
Oh.
Would you like some more tea?
No, I don't think so. Has the postman been?
I don't know.
Yeah, he passed a few minutes ago.
Oh.
Perhaps there'll be something in the second post.
Yes. Actually, I think I'll go and lie down.
Can you manage?
Of course I can. I'm not an invalid.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, if she's going to behave like that, I hope we hear something soon.
So do I.
I assume we're not going back tonight.
I certainly can't.
Well, I'm not leaving you here alone. I'll give Charlie a ring, say we can't make it.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Here, see what's on at the local flea pit. Perhaps we can persuade your mother to go out for the evening.
I doubt it. Oh, no.
What's the matter?
Have you seen the headlines?
No.
There's been a murder.
Come on, love. Why are you...
It's Julia. She's been murdered.
Who's she?
Mrs. Marsden's daughter.
Across the road?
Yes. Julia's dead and I knew her. I knew her. Oh.
What a tone.
Oh, bloody hell. It's brass monkey weather out there.
How's it going?
We're on both sides of Chandos Road. Moved the lads into Merritt Street.
Good. Any houses you didn't get an answer from?
No, there was someone in all of them. The other good thing about that road is that the houses are all owner-occupied. So the people who aren't at home will get to hear about what we're after. Might get a call later on.
Let's hope so.
How's it going along here?
Not so good. 16 houses with no one at home, which includes the two on the corner. If anyone saw Julia hanging about, it would be someone in either of those houses.
Well, just hope the occupiers haven't gone away.
I don't think so. There's milk on both doorsteps.
What sort of reaction are you getting?
Quite strong. A lot of people are very angry.
I suppose it's not surprising. It is Sam's fault.
And they're bloody scared. I've actually had 3 women open the doors on the chain.
New York-style living comes to this great little town of Wallingbridge. Who knows? They'll be issuing us with guns next.
Who'd give a Burke like you a gun?
Why not? I've been on the gun course. I've got a distinction, as a matter of fact.
You've done the gun course?
Yeah, about 18 months ago.
I haven't.
There you are, then.
Do you what?
They realise my potential.
Potential what? I reckon they want to get rid of you.
How come?
The only time you'll get a gun is when they send you up against a raving psycho, and he'll probably blow your bloody head off before you can get it out of your pocket.
Now, that's not a very nice thing to say.
Well, what do you expect? I'm jealous. I want to know why I haven't been on a gun course.
Perhaps because you didn't apply.
You could be right.
No. But seriously, do you think they'll issue guns?
What, for Sam? No, he only strangles women. They'll get Armstrong to breathe on him if it comes to a showdown. Hey up.
What?
Woman just got into number 3. Come on.
Yes?
Good morning, madam. I'm Detective Sergeant Burgess. This is Detective Constable Bailey. We're making inquiries concerning the death of Julia Marsden.
Julia Marsden? Do I know her?
That's what we're hoping to find out.
You'd better come in.
Thank you.
Would you mind wiping your feet thoroughly? I've just had the whole carpet shampooed.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. If you would like to come this way. Now, Julia Marsden.
This is a photograph of her.
No, I don't know her.
Now think carefully. You didn't by any chance see this person standing on the corner of Fitzgerald Road on Wednesday afternoon?
No.
You're quite sure?
Positive. Although, now you come to mention it, I do recall a young woman. But it wasn't the girl in the photograph.
What time was that?
Oh, about 3:45. In fact, I remember her quite distinctly.
And why is that?
Oh, she looked so cold, as though she'd been waiting some time. I felt quite sorry for her. In fact, I must have stared because she noticed me looking and smiled. It was quite a charming smile.
But you don't recognise the photograph as being the same girl you saw waiting?
Oh, no. The girl in the photograph is far less attractive.
Do you remember what she was wearing?
No. Oh, yes. I recall she was wearing plimsolls. I remember that quite distinctly, as I consider them totally unsuitable footwear for such a cold day.
That's all? You can't remember anything else she was wearing?
Yes, I can. A duffel coat. I recall a duffel coat. I remember that because I thought the duffel coat so sensible and the plimsolls so foolish.
Can you remember the colour?
No. I think it was dark. Possibly dark blue or black. I can't remember for certain.
But you're sure about the time you saw her?
Oh, yes.
How can you be so certain?
Well, when I got in, I unpacked my shopping and made myself a cup of tea. I then took the tea upstairs to my bedroom and switched my radio on.
And?
Listened to the 4 o'clock news.
Did you see the girl again?
As a matter of fact, I did. When I was closing my curtains.
When was that?
It was after the news. Why is the time so important?
The young lady in the photograph and the girl you saw waiting outside could well be the same person.
Oh, I don't think so.
The photographs can be deceptive.
Why are you so interested in this person?
Because she's been murdered.
Good heavens. That's absolutely dreadful.
When you saw her from the bedroom window, was she still alone?
Yes. No, as a matter of fact, a car pulled up. I remember now. She walked over to the car, smiling. It was the same smile she'd given me. Such a pretty smile. But then she looked surprised and spoke for a minute or two to the driver.
Did she get into the car?
Yes, she did.
And can you remember anything about the car?
Oh, yes. It was a dark blue Cortina estate.
You're that sure?
Without a doubt.
How come?
My son-in-law has exactly the same make of car.
I see. Look, Mrs...
Meadows.
Yeah, Mrs. Meadows. I think we should start getting some of this down on paper. Would you have any objection to coming down to the station to make a statement?
Well, I don't think so.
Mrs. Meadows, I'm Superintendent Armstrong.
How do you do?
Sorry I've kept you waiting so long, but I've been studying your statement. It's a very interesting document. You're a very observant woman.
Thank you.
There are just one or two things I'd like to go over with you again. Now, you still maintain that the girl you saw getting into the car and the young lady in the photograph are not the same person?
Without a doubt.
Then perhaps you'd like to look at these. Study them carefully. Now, do any of these photographs look like the girl you saw?
Yes, that one.
Any of the others?
That one too.
Thank you.
What about these other photographs? They're not of the same person, are they?
No. Fortunately for us, you've recognised the two photographs we wanted you to. They're Julia Marsden. The others are just there to confuse.
But the two I've chosen are nothing like the first photograph that was shown to me.
Ah, that was a studio portrait. They tend to flatter. But there's no doubt in your mind that these two photographs are of the person you saw getting into the car?
None.
Good. Now, there's your identification of the car. You were so sure it was a blue Cortina estate?
There's no doubt in my mind at all.
Do you know much about cars?
Absolutely nothing.
If I were to show you some photographs of current popular cars, would you be able to name them?
I very much doubt it.
Then why are you so sure it was a blue Cortina estate?
As I explained to your sergeant, my son-in-law drives one.
Perhaps you'd like to have a look at these. Is there a Cortina estate amongst those photographs?
Dear. That one and that one.
Thank you.
It's a great pity you seem to doubt my word.
Oh, not at all. It's just that we must confirm that you're not mistaken.
I rarely am mistaken.
I'm beginning to believe it, Mrs. Meadows.
Would you like to test my ability as to whether I can recognise the colour blue?
I don't think so. Now, you say in your statement that you noticed a sticker in the back window of the car.
That is correct.
What did the sticker say?
Oh, really, this is becoming ridiculous, Superintendent. I've already told the sergeant all this.
I realise that, and I must ask you to bear with me for just a little longer. You're a very important witness. But before we can act on your information, we must make doubly sure we have everything crystal clear. Now, what did the sticker say?
Well, I don't actually remember it verbatim, but the gist of it was that the owner of the car thought that the local grammar school should not go comprehensive.
Are you sure about that?
I certainly am, as it's a statement I'm in total agreement with.
I see.
Only a fool would want such a fine school to go comprehensive.
Did you notice anything else about the car? Were there any dents or scratches?
No.
And you didn't notice any parts of the registration number?
No.
Not even the year letter?
I would have told you if I had.
Right. One last question, Mrs. Meadows. The driver of the car, did you see him?
Not really. I caught a glimpse of his profile.
Do you think you'd recognise him again?
I can't really say. It was just a glimpse. Oh, it's possible if I were to see him in similar circumstances, I might just recognise him. But I'm not certain.
OK, Mrs. Meadows, thank you very much. There's just one more thing I'd like you to do before we take you home. In the next room, we have some photographs that I'd like you to look at. It's just possible you might recognise one of them as the driver. If you wouldn't mind.
Of course not.
Thank you very much.
Do you think I could telephone my husband?
Of course. There's a phone next door. Oh, I've met some self-opinionated old bitches in my time, but she takes bloody first prize.
But is she right?
I think so. At least I'm confident enough to act on it. You've done well, Burgess. Bloody well.
Thank you, sir.
Now, I want one of you to get on to DVLC at Swansea and get them to provide me with a list of all blue Ford Cortinas registered in this area.
Can you be certain it's a local car, sir?
The sticker. The grammar school issue is totally a local matter. The chances of an out-of-town car carrying such a thing are almost nil.
It also seems from the way Julia reacted to the car, she must have known the driver.
Anyway, get onto that list immediately. I want it today, if possible.
Right, sir.
What about the team searching for the duffel coat? Have they found anything yet?
No. And I'm almost hoping they don't now, because if it's not in the wood, there's a good chance it'll be in the murderer's car.
Are you awake, Mum?
Yes.
I've made some tea.
Oh, that's nice.
How do you feel now?
Much better.
Good.
Did I hear you crying?
That was this morning. You've been asleep all day.
Have I? Oh, dear.
And there's nothing to worry about. That was me just being silly.
What was the matter?
It was just something I read in the paper.
You and Malcolm are all right, aren't you?
Of course. There's nothing to worry about. Nothing at all.
Oh, it's just that I find Malcolm a bit difficult to understand.
He's a bit brusque at times. But he's very caring in his own way.
Does he love you?
I think so. But you don't want to worry about us.
Oh, you know me, I always worry too much. What does Malcolm think about your dad?
Well, he's not very pleased about the way he behaves. But that's only because it upsets me so much. And he certainly doesn't understand why you put up with it. Come to that, neither do I.
Your dad's a strange man. He's like a little boy in many ways.
How long's he been carrying on like this?
Oh, I suppose for about 5 years.
As long as that?
It is a long time, isn't it? Although he wasn't as bad as this to begin with.
Why do you think he started?
Lots of reasons, I suppose. I think he realized he was beginning to get old. He wanted some sort of fling before he was past it. I didn't blame him. I've often felt like that myself.
Did you do anything about it?
Well, once.
I'm pleased to hear it.
The thing is that when your dad started, he found there were far more women available than he'd ever dreamed possible. I think it must have gone to his head.
Did you consider leaving him?
Not then. Because in the early days he was discreet. Oddly enough, I wasn't even jealous. I didn't feel threatened because he was having a little bit on the side. Then about 18 months ago, he took up steady with someone. We even talked about a divorce. and then she chucked him over. I think it upset him a good deal, because that's when he started behaving really badly. Oh, I suppose I should have told him to go.
Why didn't you?
I don't know. I think I was scared of being alone.
Do you still love him?
Not really. But we've been married for nearly 30 years. It's a long time. A lot of habit to throw away.
But surely you realise it's getting out of hand now.
I know.
This is the 4th time in 12 months he's gone off like this.
I realise that. But this is the first time he's actually gone without letting me know what was happening. And I'm worried about him.
Do you think he's left you?
I'm sure he would have said. I can't believe he'd go off without a word.
If he comes back, are you going to let him stay?
Yes.
Why?
Because he can't go on like this for much longer. The years are beginning to catch up with him. He'll have to stop soon. And then we'll be back together. I'd much rather enter old age with him than by myself. I'm so scared of being alone, Jenny.
But that's pathetic, Mum. Don't you think I realise that?
How do you spell necessity?
You must ask me that twice a week.
I keep forgetting, you know I've got no head for words.
Just write need instead.
I can't put that. Me bloody reports are short enough as it is. I mean, necessity has a certain ring about it. Need's a nothing word.
I thought you said you had O-level English.
I didn't say that.
Then what have you got?
Well, sort of doubtful CSE.
Here you are. Necessity. Don't lose it.
Any sign of that list from Swansea?
No, sir.
I doubt if it'll come tonight. Lazy bastards probably knock off at 5. You might as well push off home as well.
Right.
Did they find the duffel coat, sir?
No.
It'll be a new development if Sam started nicking things from his victims.
We'll see. I'm off then. Good night.
Good night, sir. Cheerless bastard.
For God's sake, Malcolm, stop staring out of the window.
People are still leaving floral tributes at Mrs. Marsden's place.
So what? It's the only way they've got of showing they care.
They should save on the weeds and just leave them money.
When Mrs. Marsden comes home from hospital and sees her front garden full of flowers, it will say considerably more than a pile of little envelopes containing money. Oh, you're so cynical at times. The woman has just had her only daughter murdered. If you can only make snide remarks about it, I suggest you shut up.
I'm sorry.
Oh, so am I. It's not only Mum being so unhappy that's depressing me. It's the whole atmosphere of this town.
Having a murderer on the loose doesn't help much.
It's not even that. I never liked the place, not even when I was a child. I think we should get Mum away from here for a while. If I can persuade her, how would you feel about letting her come to stay with us?
I wouldn't mind. Well, as long as she's prepared to share the spare bedroom with the junk.
I don't think that'll bother her.
But more important, are you up to coping with her?
I'll certainly be able to cope with her much better at home.
Right, invite her. Ask her tomorrow, see what she says.
All right.
Sorry I'm late. I overslept.
Yeah, well, you weren't the only one. Oh, this is just arrived.
Oh, good. Let's hope it contains what we want. Have you seen Mr. Armstrong this morning?
He passed by muttering something about a press conference.
Oh, that'll set him up nicely for the day.
Why does he hate the press so much?
Because he's a good, honest, no-nonsense fascist. He thinks there's only one way to run the world, his way, with no questions asked. Journalists sometimes spoil that illusion. Oh, on computer, readouts, neat.
Well, I'm more concerned about the work that thing means. How many Cortina estates are there in this area?
I don't know. There doesn't seem to be as many as I thought there'd be. Is there a briefing this morning?
Yeah, the DI's taken it.
Well, I think we can give that a miss. We've got enough to do sorting this thing out.
How are you going to divide it up?
By area is the most obvious way. Get a couple of the... Hang on.
What's up?
What's Mrs. Marsden's address?
29 Bridge Road.
Well, there's a bit of luck.
What?
One of the characters listed here lives in Bridge Road. And what was it Mrs. Meadows said? Julia approached the car as though she knew the driver.
Ah, it's not going to be that easy, is it?
It could be. It just could be. Oh, I know there was a reason why I woke up smiling this morning. I think that is definitely an address we'll check out ourselves. Right. Let's get the rest of this list divided up, collect ourselves a couple of uniform lads, and we'll be off.
This is it? Bridge Road?
Drive past the house. I want to have a look first.
Right.
You two in the back, take your helmets off. I don't want to advertise the fact we're here.
Well, there's the car. The house looks quiet.
Well, we'll be expecting a mad axeman dancing naked on the lawn. Pull over. Right. We've a neat little semi-detached house. While the detective constable and myself are knocking on the front door, I want you two to slip quietly around the back, just in case this is Sam's address and he tries to make a bolt for it. OK? Well, the sticker's where it's supposed to be. That's a good beginning.
Yes?
Is John Arnold Maitland in the house?
No.
Are you sure?
Of course I am. He's my husband.
May we come in?
Who are you?
Police.
But what on earth?
This is Detective Constable Bailey. Do you mind if he has a look upstairs?
What for?
Don't worry, he isn't going to steal anything. Go careful.
Right.
What is it you want?
Just a word with your husband.
I told you, he isn't at home.
What's in here?
But it's the sitting room, but...
Have a look.
If you must.
And that room?
The kitchen.
You mind if I let a couple of my friends in?
Tell me what it is you want, please.
Did you check the shed? Yes, sir. Good. You wait here.
Do you have the right to charge into my house like this?
I was under the impression you invited us.
Not to rampage around it.
Don't worry, we won't do any damage. Perhaps we could go into the sitting room.
I shall see that your superior hears about this. What's your name?
Burgess.
Can you prove that?
Certainly.
What is it you want?
Where's your husband, Mrs. Maitland?
He isn't here.
I know that, so where is he?
Away.
Where?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure. He travels around so much.
Is he usually away over weekends?
Sometimes. He's a very busy man.
And you don't know where he's gone?
Not for certain. Well, he usually rings me to say where he's staying.
But he hasn't let you know this time?
Not yet.
It's already Sunday. He can't think much of you.
That's none of your business.
Possibly not. How long's he been away?
He went up on Thursday.
Do you know when he's coming back?
I'm not sure. Next week sometime.
There's no one upstairs, Skip.
OK.
What's all this about? I'm sure you're not allowed to come into people's homes and behave the way you have.
You invited us.
Why do you want to see my husband? Has he done something wrong?
We're not sure. We're conducting certain inquiries, and we would just like to talk to him.
Why won't you tell me what it's about?
Because we feel we should discuss the matter with him first.
Then I've nothing more to say to you.
Is the Blue Cortina estate parked outside your husband's?
What of it?
Does he own the car, or is it his firm's?
I'm not saying anything else to you unless you prove you have the right to behave in the way you have.
All right, I'll get a warrant.
So please leave now.
As you wish.
And I tell you here and now, Detective Sergeant Burgess, I have every intention of reporting your behaviour.
You have that right, madam. Go on, Bailey. Well, I screwed that up, didn't I? Armstrong will have my guts when he hears about this.
Well, I suppose it was a bit rash charging in like that.
I was so sure Sam would be there, you know what I mean? Had this very strong feeling.
Well, you were wrong.
That still remains to be seen. Did you look around when you were upstairs?
Yeah.
No duffel coat?
I didn't see one.
Well, there's got to be something I can give to Armstrong before that woman puts her foot in it.
What about the car? Perhaps there's someone there.
How do you suggest we get inside it?
Or it could take it down the car pound. What is it? 4 years old. There's bound to be something wrong with it. Oh, it's parked round the wrong way for a start.
Oh, I bet they really missed you when you left traffic division. Come on, let's get back to the nick and see what the others have come up with.
Mum, we're home.
Oh, thank God for that.
What's the matter?
I'm so glad you're back.
What's happened?
The police have been here.
What did they want?
To John. It was awful. They stormed in here like a gang of hooligans.
Did they say why they wanted to talk to Dad?
They wouldn't tell me anything. They just wanted to know where he was and when he'd be back.
What did you tell them?
said he was away on business.
That wasn't very sensible.
What else could I tell them? I don't know where he is.
Should have told them the truth.
You weren't here. The sergeant in charge was like a stormtrooper. Didn't give me a chance to think.
Well, you shouldn't have lied to him, though.
I don't care. I'm going to report that man. He had no right to behave the way he did. It was awful.
Oh, try and calm down, please, Mum.
Out this morning?
I'm sorry. We didn't know this would happen.
Look, how long ago were the police here?
Oh, I don't know. An hour, perhaps 2.
Did they say they were coming back?
They didn't say anything.
What shall we do?
Don't know. I suppose the best thing to do is just sit tight. See if they come back again.
Oh, well, that's very useful.
What else can we do? I don't see any point in ringing them. If they wouldn't tell Mum what this is about, they're hardly going to tell me.
I want to report that Sergeant Burgess.
I think we should wait. It's pointless aggravating them till we know what it's about.
I shall remember this the next time you lecture me on personal freedom and civil liberties. Can't you see the effect this has had on Mum?
I know, but I still think we should wait.
Burgess? Yeah? You sure? OK, cheers. Records have got nothing on Maitland.
What were you hoping for?
Anything to justify what I did this morning.
Mind you, the way the reports are going on these other cars, you may not need to.
That's what I'm hoping for. We've been bloody lucky, you know.
How many cars have they found with stickers?
Just 2, but that doesn't matter anymore. All the drivers interviewed so far have good, checkable alibis, and that's how I like it. Maitland is still suspect number 1. With only 1 more car to clear, I'm hoping it'll remain that way. Burgess? Yeah? You're absolutely sure? Great stuff. Let me have your report as soon as possible. That's it. Our man. This is Burgess, sir. Do you think I could have a word with you? Yes, very important. Thank you, sir.
So you reckon this bloke is Sam?
I think there's a good chance he is.
And you think his wife doesn't know where he is?
She says he's away on business, but I think it's just bluff.
Mm-hmm. So what do you want to do?
Well, I think we should find out what his car can tell us.
Right.
We'll also need a warrant. She wasn't any too cooperative when I saw her this morning.
Well, I'll arrange that. I think I'd also like to have a word with her myself. A bit of rank might add some weight to the occasion. It might also soften her up a bit.
Oh, dear.
Come on, Mum, it could be anybody. You can't live in fear of the doorbell for the rest of your life.
'Tis the police. Seem to have come in force this time. 3 cars out there. Stay where you are. I'll let them in.
Try not to get too upset, Mum. It might not be anything.
I can't believe he's done anything wrong. Certainly nothing that would justify all this.
Let's hope it's all a mistake.
This way. It's Detective Superintendent Armstrong and Sergeant Burgess.
Good afternoon, madam. You are Mrs. Maitland?
Yes.
I'm the officer in charge of the investigation into the death of Julia Marsden.
Oh, no.
And I have reason to believe your husband, John Arnold Maitland, is involved.
Right. Well, that's it for the moment.
I told you I didn't know anything.
But now we've got that fact on paper.
Are you the sergeant who came this morning?
Yes.
I hope you realise you terrified my mother half to death.
I'm sorry about that, but it was necessary that I gain quick access to the house. However much you may dislike the idea, your father is the main suspect in a murder inquiry.
I can't believe it.
Until we find evidence to the contrary, I'm afraid it's true.
Do you realise Mum has no idea where Dad is?
So I gather.
And did you also hear he's probably gone off for a dirty weekend? For the umpteenth time this year?
I believe it's the 4th time in 12 months.
Dad doesn't have time to be slippery, Sam. Not with the sort of life he leads.
You may well combine business with pleasure. Sam has killed 4 times in the last 12 months. I hope for your sake that the dates of his absences don't match the dates of the murders.
Can I have a word, Skip?
Excuse me.
Well, fingerprint boys think they've got a match.
Julia Marsden?
Yes.
They're positive?
Oh, yes. Their smugness confirms it.
Careful with that car! Forensic have still got to examine it. Burgess.
Sir?
I've got one more job for you here.
Now what?
The state Mrs. Maitland's in, I didn't get much sense out of her, which means you two are going to have to go through Maitland's things. Diaries, papers, Anything that might establish where he was at the time of the other Sam killings.
Right.
Anything that looks at all interesting. Bring it down to the Nick. We'll sort it out there.
Look at the street. Neighbours hanging out of the windows. Right mess they made of getting Dad's car onto the transporter. Ridiculous.
I wish I could smile.
Those two policemen still in Mum's room?
Yes. They said they'd be there for a while.
Where's she gone?
She's lying down in our room. I don't think she'll ever recover from this.
Well, we'll take her home with us as soon as possible. Get her away from this house.
Oh, Malcolm. You don't think Dad's a murderer?
I find it difficult to believe.
Surely, when you're as disturbed as the murderer must be, you can't just hide it like that. Oh, God, I'm so unhappy.
Well, let's hope they find him soon. Get things sorted out.
It's amazing how much junk you can pour into one of these little writing desks.
Yeah, well, at least he's neat.
Let's hope he's methodical as well. Are you listing the stuff you're dumping in that sack?
Of course I am.
What's that supposed to be?
One diary.
Then why have you written one dairy? Can't you spell at all?
Oh, don't start. I'm tired. It's been a bloody long day.
For all of us, mate.
Yeah, but you enjoy this sort of thing. I mean, going through a bloke's personal papers is hardly a bundle of laughs, is it?
It's part of the job.
But it's a part of the job I don't like. Just as I don't like looking at the bashed-in face of the young women.
You'll get used to it.
But I don't want to.
Come in.
I can't sleep.
Come in, Mum. We can't either.
Wondering where he might be. Trying to remember whether he mentioned anywhere before he went off.
When did you last see him?
Thursday evening. He popped in for a little while, fiddled about in the bedroom, then went out again.
And didn't come back?
No.
Didn't you say he started his leave Wednesday evening?
Yes.
And he was out all day Thursday?
That's right.
You've no idea where?
I thought he'd gone to work. He left at his usual time.
Did he take the car on Thursday?
Yes.
And when he was here, did he seem himself?
What do you mean?
Well, did he seem excited or agitated?
Don't know. I didn't say much to him.
What are you getting at?
Nothing really. I was just wondering where he was on Thursday, that's all.
You don't think he killed that girl?
Of course I don't.
Then why are you asking me all these questions? I've had questions all afternoon from the police. I'm sick to death of being interrogated.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it to sound like that.
John hasn't done anything wrong. He's just gone away for a little while.
Of course he has, Mum.
And why you started calling me Mum? You've always called me Maureen before.
It just came out. I suppose it's just a feeling of solidarity.
Well, stop it. I don't want your support if you think my husband's a murderer.
I don't think that.
Come on, Mum. We're on your side. You don't need to fight us.
How do I know? How can I tell what you're really thinking?
Look, I think you should get away from this house. I'll phone the police tomorrow morning and see if you can come home with us.
I don't want to.
It would be better for you. It would get you right away from everything, give you a chance to rest.
I'm staying here. This is my home. And I'm not running away from it.
No one's asking you to run away. Just come home with us for a few days' rest.
I don't want to. And if you think my husband's a murderer, I don't want you here either.
Yeah, sure, I understand, Mr. Freeman. Sure. Well, there's no doubt. OK. Many thanks for your help. Goodbye. Bloody hell.
Yeah, what?
That was Maitland's employer. He confirms the diary entries is correct. The week of the first killing, Maitland was in Edinburgh on some course. The week of the third killing, he was in Spain on holiday with his wife.
Oh.
And to cap it all, Maitland hasn't run off. He's only on bloody leave. Due back a week today.
Seems we've boobed again.
We've boobed? What was Armstrong doing, Mrs. Maitland, for 2 hours? These are the sort of questions he should have been asking her.
Well, he said she couldn't remember anything.
God, am I fed up with this. Bloody fed up.
So we can't nail him for the other murders, so what? He murdered Julia Marsden. We found her fingerprints in his car, and we have an independent witness to say she saw Julia getting into the car half an hour before she was murdered. What more do we want?
Continuity, mate. The one consistent factor that's come out of this case, as the pathologist will remind you, is that all 4 women have been murdered by the same hand. If Maitland didn't kill the first one, he didn't kill any of them. He couldn't have.
Then how did her fingerprints get into his car?
I don't know. Anyway, let's continue sorting through this lot. We might discover some delightful morsel of information.
Malcolm!
What's the matter?
Look at our car! What's the matter with it?
It doesn't look right, does it?
It certainly doesn't.
Oh, no. Who the hell could have done that? It's not bloody fair. They were 4 new tyres.
Hardly.
Well, they certainly had a fair bit of wear left in them. Oh, do you know how much they're going to cost to replace?
I know. More than we can afford.
Exactly.
Well, to be honest, Malcolm, I half expected it.
But why our car?
Oh, don't be so naive. The relations of men who are suspected of strangling women are as unpopular as the men themselves.
I hope you're as philosophical when the bank manager asks us why we're overdrawn at the end of the month.
We'll see. I hope so. But there's one thing I do know.
What's that?
Don't replace those tyres until we're ready to leave.
Yeah, what you make of this?
What?
Look at the last 4 cheque stubs.
Passport, Swan and Edgar, foils, Selfridges.
Look at the date.
Last Thursday.
Maitland must have been in London on Thursday.
And if he was in London, he couldn't have been here murdering Julia Marsden, could he?
Well, would be rather difficult.
That's it then. Conclusive proof. Oh, I suppose I better go and see Armstrong. Tell him the good news. I knew my becoming a DI was only a bloody dream. While I'm in with him, you better get on to the passport office. Make sure Maitland renewed his passport personally, not by post.
Right.
Well, Burgess, seems you got yourself a bum suspect. What are you going to do about it?
There are still the fingerprints in the car.
You've got to find out how they got there. I don't think you're going to do that until you find Maitland, old son.
There's no news of him.
Not a whisper.
Ugh.
Now you've landed me with the unpleasant task of telling the Chief Constable that Maitland's in the clear.
Can't you wait?
What for? You seem to have conclusive proof Maitland couldn't possibly have committed any of the murders. No point in sticking my neck out by delaying things, is there? After all, nationwide murder hunt, very expensive. I see no point in continuing to waste the taxpayers' money and looking for an innocent man.
Look, I want to have another word with Mrs. Maitland. I'm sure there's something she hasn't told us.
I'm sure many things she hasn't told us. But it doesn't seem to matter now, does it?
Well, there are still the fingerprints, plus the fact that someone had tried to wipe the passenger side of Maitland's car clean. There must have been a reason for that.
You're a desperate man, Burgess. Well, what do you want?
Well, can't you give me a couple of hours? Just let me talk to his wife again.
I don't know. Your early promise has somewhat withered.
2 hours. That's all I'm asking for.
All right, then, 2 hours, not a second more. And you let me know of any developments, any little thing at all.
I promise.
Oh, it's you again.
Good morning, sir. Is Mrs. Maitland in?
Yes. Have you seen what some yob's done to my car?
I did notice.
I suppose you're going to say there's nothing you can do about it?
Oh, there's a great deal I can do about it. But I'll just give you a friendly warning and tell you to put your car in order as soon as possible. I'm sure you realise 4 defective tyres means 4 separate endorsements.
Thanks a lot.
Don't mention it, sir. Now, if I might come in and speak to your mother-in-law. Good morning, Mrs. Maitland. I'm happy to say I've got some good news.
You found John?
Not yet. But you'll be pleased to hear we've established that he couldn't have killed Julia Marsden or any of the other women.
Oh, thank God for that.
We've discovered he was in London on Thursday. There's no way he could have got back here in time.
You don't know how relieved I am.
But we still have one problem.
Oh?
Julia Marsden's fingerprints were found in your husband's car.
Well, that's not surprising. He knew her. He could have given her a lift any time.
We know she travelled in the car the day she died.
How can you possibly know that?
Because our forensic department says so, and they're not often wrong. They also say there's no doubt your husband's car was used by the murderer. The thing we now have to establish is who was the driver.
But how would they have got hold of the car?
Well, it's possible Mr. Maitland might have lent his car to a friend on Thursday.
Well, I don't know, he could have.
Hang on, though. If he did that, how would he have got to London?
John wouldn't have taken the car to London.
How do you know?
He hated driving, and he certainly wouldn't use the car if there was a good train service.
So where was the car on Thursday?
I don't know. I suppose he took it to the station and left it there.
Oh, I wish you'd told me this at our first meeting.
I didn't know where he was on Thursday.
Did he have anywhere specially parked his car?
How do you mean?
Well, it's all double yellow lines round there. He couldn't just park it outside the station. It would have got towed away.
Well, he probably put it in the car park.
That waste piece of ground near the station.
I suppose so. He's certainly parked it there before.
You sure?
Of course I am.
Thank you.
Shouldn't you tell Armstrong what we're up to?
He can get stuffed. I want to see what we turn up at the car park before I say anything to him.
He won't like it.
Then he'll have to lump it. When I told him the Maitland thing had collapsed, his whole manner changed. The bastard's only out for himself. He's not interested in supporting his officers. He only wants the glory they earn for him.
He's still the super.
So what?
I'm only a fragile detective constable.
Then you've got nothing to lose.
But I could still be crushed from a great height.
They certainly stacked the cars in this place.
Do you notice they've all got their ignition keys in?
I did.
What do you two want?
Police.
Oh, yeah? You find any nicked cars here that got nothing to do with me? We only park them.
Who are you?
The manager.
What's your name?
Len Woods.
Are you here all the time?
Usually.
Were you here last Thursday?
I should think so.
You better know so, mate.
Yeah, I was here. So what?
I'm interested in a blue Cortina estate that was parked here all day Thursday.
How am I supposed to remember a car as common as that?
This one was special. It got borrowed during the day.
Oh, not from my side.
This one did. And the bloke that borrowed it took a girl for a ride.
So?
And then he killed her. Remember anything now?
No one took a car from this site.
Have it your own way. Perhaps we should take you down the nick. You might remember better there.
There's no need for that. I want to help.
I'm pleased to hear it. All these cars have got their ignition keys in. Why?
Well, look around you. There's no other way we get 100 cars on this site. We've got to pack them in as tight as we can. If the first car in wants to be first out, we've got to move a few to get at it.
How close an eye do you keep on them?
I noticed you too, didn't I?
So how did the car I'm interested in get off? Well, I know the car left the site, and I know it was brought back. Who borrowed it?
Look, you put me in a bit of a spot.
I'll kick your bloody face in if you don't tell me.
Well, I don't want to drop him, mate. See
Look, jerk, this is murder. It's not a case of nicking tyres or swapping engines. It's the big one. So if you don't open your gob and tell me who borrowed the car, I'll book you for obstruction, OK?
All right, all right.
Good.
Look, this job doesn't pay very much. I mean, I'm all right, but the blokes who actually park the cars don't do well at all. So, to earn a bit extra cash, they clean customers' cars.
So?
Well, there's no water on the site. You've got to wash the car before you can polish it, you know.
So where do you take them?
The car wash in Craig Street. I mean, it's all legit, nothing underhand. The customers are grateful.
Who took the Cortina out on Thursday?
I'm not sure.
I'll ask you one more time.
Well, I think it was Charlie.
What's his surname?
Brown.
Oh.
The honest, straight-up Charlie Brown.
And which one is Charlie Brown?
He's not here today.
Where is he?
I suppose he's at home. He's sick. He hasn't been in since Friday.
All right, Len. Where does he live?
I don't know offhand. But I think I've got his address in the hut.
You better have. Lead on, Len. We're right behind you.
Oh, it's a miserable hole. I don't reckon this staircase has seen a paintbrush this century.
We'll complain to the landlord later. This is his room. OK.
Ready when you are.
We'll take it nice and gently this time.
What do you want?
Are you Charles Brown?
Yes.
Do you mind if we have a word with you?
Who are you?
Police.
Oh.
Do you work at the car park near the station?
Well, I'm up to it, but it's too cold for me at the moment. The wind fair rips across there, please.
This can't be him, can it?
You're a bloody good actor if it is. How old are you, Pop?
68.
We've been had.
Look, what's all this about?
Were you at work last Thursday?
I think so.
Did you by any chance take a blue Cortina estate to the car wash in Craig Street that day?
No, sir. Len doesn't let me do things like that. He doesn't trust me, you see.
Did you see such a car being taken off the site?
No, well, I wasn't feeling too good, you see, and I spent the day trying to keep warm.
Do you ever do any car cleaning?
Not really. There isn't much this time of the year anyway, and, well, Len hugs what bit there is.
That doesn't surprise me. Come on, let's go and get him.
Yeah, you get back to bed, Pop.
What the hell is all this about?
This is Alpha 1 to Control. Over.
Control, over.
This is Sergeant Burgess. Priority. I want the nearest cars to go to the station car park and apprehend the manager, Leonard Woods. Repeat, Leonard Woods. Arresting officers are to approach with extreme caution, man believed to be highly dangerous. I am proceeding to car park myself and will prefer charges on arrival. Over and out.
But don't just sit there, Bailey. Get a bloody move on.
Control to Alpha 1. Over.
Alpha 1, over.
Leonard Woods has absconded, driving a dark maroon Jaguar. Registration number as yet unknown. Alpha 5 and Delta 3 are in pursuit. Last report states Jaguar joined M1 at junction 15 and is heading south. Over.
Put out a general call and alert the motorway police. If you need clearance, see Superintendent Armstrong. I'm coming in. Over and out. Well, that's it. They won't get him now till he reaches London. What a bloody shambles.
Back to the Nick.
Yeah, only nice and slowly. I think I can wait a little while before I have to see Armstrong's face.
Bailey. Just a moment. It's for you.
Who is it?
Radio room.
Burgess? Yeah? Where? Oh, that's something. OK, keep me in touch. Cheers. Our cars have had to drop out of the chase. They couldn't keep up with him. The motorway police have had to take over surveillance.
Oh, that'll please our boys.
At least he won't get away this time. Burgess? Yes, sir. Right away. Armstrong.
Come in, Burgess. Sit down. So you found Slippery Sam?
I hope so.
So do I, lad. Why didn't you tell me what you were up to?
Well, there wasn't time. Things moved quickly.
I would say from what I've heard, they moved a bit too quickly for you.
I don't think so.
Well, if you had proceeded with a little more care, this character wouldn't be driving 7,000 quid with a stolen car. And being chased by police from 3 counties.
So I slipped up, made a mistake. But don't you forget I found Sam.
And you wanted to keep all the credit for yourself. I did warn you about that at the very beginning. The glory was to be shared. But you decided to be greedy. You wanted to make the arrest personally. But instead we have to sit back and wait for this character to run out of petrol or motorway, because there's no way you can stop a car that's travelling at 130 miles an hour. Our lads are blowing cylinder heads all over the place just trying to keep up with him. The way things are going, they won't get him till he reaches London.
Well, that doesn't matter. They'll bring him back.
It's not the same, is it? If you remember, I also said that I didn't want help. I wanted the arrest on my patch. I wanted a quiet case. That's because I wanted the glory for our division.
You wanted the glory for your bloody self.
Yes, you blow your top, lad. You've nothing to lose. You're finished, anyway.
What do you mean, finished? It was my bloody brainwork that identified the bastard.
Oh, that'll go in your report, don't worry. In fact, you get glowing words all the way, but you won't get any promotion. Detective Sergeant, you're finished.
That's not fair.
Now look, lad, you can't take orders, you don't fit in. That's always been your trouble. You've always rubbed everybody up the wrong way.
Rubbed you up the bloody wrong way, you mean? If you're not prepared to kiss your stinking feet, you don't get anywhere in this division.
If you don't compromise, you don't get anywhere in life. I'm top boy. You're nothing. The basic facts that you've never learnt is that my whims are more important than your desires. Armstrong. Yes? When? I see. Thanks. They've got him. At least, what's left of him is crashed.
Is he dead?
Yes. Should you wish to transfer to another division, I won't block or comment on your application. This would be a good time to do it, lad. I suggest you take my advice, because I don't want you around me.
Have you finished?
You can go. Oh, 2 things that might interest you.
What?
We found the remains of the duffel coat. Woods had tried to burn it behind the shed he used as an office.
I wonder why he took it.
Well, we'll never know. Thanks to you, will we? And, this has just come through from the Rome police. It's about Maitland. Apparently he's on holiday there with a girlfriend. He had no idea what was going on until he saw an English newspaper a couple of hours ago. So he went and saw the local police to try and find out what was happening.
Is he coming back?
Yeah, when he's completed his holiday. There's no rush.
Does his wife know where he is?
No. I thought you could pop in and tell her. Make it your last duty on this case.
Nice city, Rome. So I'm told.
When's he coming back?
Next week. Apparently he isn't alone. He wants to finish his holiday.
You're not going to sit around waiting for him, are you?
No. Even I realise it's all over. He doesn't care anything about me.
Come back with us, Mum.
All right. For a little while.
As long as you like.
Can we leave today?
Of course.
I'll go and pack.
Will she be all right?
Who knows?
Better hurry those new tyres along.
You do that. Do you realise the only person who hasn't been touched by any of this is Dad?
I know.
Even that policeman seemed a bit cut up about something. But good old Dad just drifts along unhindered. Oh, my father.
In the investigation of a murder by Eric Saywood, Detective Sergeant Burgess was played by Roger Hume, Detective Constable Bailey by Terry Malloy, Detective Superintendent Armstrong by Geoffrey Matthews, Jenny by Elizabeth Cassidy, Malcolm by Sean Barrett, and Mum by Isan Churchman, with Hilda Schroeder as Mrs. Marsden, Peggy Ashby as Mrs. Meadows, Michael Irwin as Raymond, Leonard Dixon as the Doctor, Earl Cameron as Charlie, Arnold Peters as Len Woods, and Hedley Necklaus as the Desk Sergeant Ralph Lawton and the radio operator. The investigation of a murder was directed by Roger Pine.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 39. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the director of Radio City Playhouse, Harry W. Junkin.
Thank you, Bob. Friends, before we begin our show, Radio City Playhouse, on behalf of NBC and station WFAA Dallas, extends hearty congratulations to the Dallas Morning News on the formal dedication of its new building and its 108th birthday. Good luck and continued success to the Dallas Morning News. And now a word about Mr. Bill Lipton, our star on tonight's show. Although he is only 22, he has had 12 years' experience in radio. On the Playhouse, he has appeared in such varied roles as a French porter, a drunken husband, and on our Christmas broadcast as one of the three wise men. He is one of the most versatile actors we know, and in spite of taking 3 years out to serve in the Navy, he will receive his master's degree from Columbia University in June. All this, from a young man of 22, compels our respect and admiration. Here is Bill Lipton playing Frank Jackson in Murder is a Matter of Opinion, Attraction 39 on Radio City Playhouse.
I'm telling you this story from prison. I've 11 more days before they electrocute me for murdering my brother. I didn't kill him. As God is my solemn judge, I did not kill my brother. I'll tell you everything I know, and perhaps you can figure out why I'm here. I can't. I can't believe it. I've been over and over and over this story. Every word of it is true, and nobody believes me. Nobody. I'm 22. I was going to be a lawyer. My dad thought I was just about the... Well, he was pretty proud. Now even Dad thinks I'm guilty. Even Dad. And I'm not. I'd like you to understand me. I was the... Well, I talked fast and too much, and I guess maybe I was a smart aleck. Well, that's not so terrible, is it? I'm only 22, and... Well, I'm not a smart aleck anymore, if that's any consolation to anybody. Brian, my brother, was quieter. He was a year younger than I, and he didn't talk nearly as much or as fast or as often. That's why he never won an argument with me in his life. And believe me, we had plenty. But they weren't fights. They were, well, two brothers. We razzed each other, but it was all fun. Underneath, we were brothers. In our first year of law school, we were real eager and talked pretty big about legal points. But Brian never won an argument. Never. So you're wrong. It says so right here.
Where?
All bills for raising revenue originate in the House of Representatives. Can't you read?
Well, I thought they could originate in either house if it was just a question of...
Well, you're wrong, so pay up.
I still don't think that...
Look, Brian, who's right? You or the Encyclopedia of Federal Law?
Well, I guess...
You owe me $50. Come on, cough up.
Well, okay, I guess...
Look, you admit you're wrong, don't you?
Yes, I admit it.
Okay, give me 50 cents. Trent University Law School has pretty high standards. If you want to stay, you better smarten up. In our second year, we began to disagree violently about capital punishment and murder. Brian was obsessed with the idea that all kinds of innocent people had been executed for murders they didn't commit. Every time he read about some killing in the paper, he'd try to prove to me that the condemned person wasn't guilty at all. The night he got his big idea, we were sitting on a bench way down at one end of the campus. There was nobody around. It was about 10 o'clock. And Brian was very excited.
Frank, I still say that the man in the Jensen case could have been innocent. I don't believe that a man who only weighs 130 pounds could have shoved a man the size of Jensen out of a hotel window.
Well, it carried out the sentence, so it doesn't matter what you say.
How do you think you'd feel if you'd been in his shoes?
Cold, stiff, and dead.
Do you mean to sit there and say that you don't think it ever happens? There's never been a case of an innocent man convicted of a murder he didn't commit?
It isn't a question of what I think. You've made the statement that it's possible for an innocent man to be hanged or electrocuted. I say prove it.
All right. All right, I will. I can, you know. If you'll help me, I'll prove it.
How?
Let's stage a fake murder.
What are you talking about?
A mock murder case. Look, I'll play the corpse and you play the killer. We'll stage a killing, a fake killing. I'll let a dozen witnesses actually see you shoot me in cold blood, and then afterwards I'll undertake your defense and prove that you're innocent.
If I'd only said no. If I'd only admitted that perhaps it was possible for an innocent man to be hanged or electrocuted. Why couldn't I have agreed with him? Why couldn't I let him have his say, and if I disagreed with him, kept my opinion to myself? I don't know. Actually, his suggestion wasn't as strange as it sounds. Each year, the moot court of the law school secretly planned and enacted some sort of crime. The crime was committed on the campus, and no one knew about it except the chairman of the moot court, the victim, and the criminal. The idea was to catch the students by surprise and give them realistic experience in criminal procedure. Brian and I decided we'd stage our own mock crime. Well, that's all it ever was. It was a gag right from start to finish. I don't know where the slip-up was. I don't know who it was that hated Brian so much that... Well, I just don't know where it went wrong. We worked it out very carefully. Brian drew up a week's schedule. We even made a bet of $50, 2 months' allowance. He was convinced he could win, and even I began to get interested. We had to be sure that nobody had the slightest suspicion it was all a planned affair, so we made the bench down at the end of the campus our private conference room. We met there every night before going to bed, and at last we got all the details worked out.
Well, we're just about ready, Frank. I've written down what you're supposed to do. Memorize it and then burn it. We'll commit the murder next Monday. That gives us a whole week.
All right, next Monday.
First, we've got to establish a motive. You've got to make everybody on the campus think that you hate me like poison.
A week isn't very long.
Well, it's long enough. We'll pull the watch gag in the cafeteria tomorrow. Oh, can you suggest to Tom Benson that he have lunch with you?
Well, sure, I guess so.
Well, ask him tonight. You be in the cafeteria at 12:30. I'll come in about 12:45. I'll be sure that somebody sees me put my watch on the bed tomorrow, and you steal it right after breakfast. Okay?
Right after breakfast.
You know your lines?
We rehearsed them often enough.
You sure you don't mind the sock in the jaw part?
Oh, just don't get too enthusiastic, that's all.
Well, it's difficult to fake if I don't hit you reasonably hard.
I guess I can stand it for once. You hit me on the word contemptible.
Yeah, that's right.
I tell you, Brian, you've lost your $50 right now.
Want to make it 100?
4 months allowance, are you crazy?
I'm going to win this bet, Frank. You wait and see. Well, come on, it's getting late. You go back first. I'll see you in the cafeteria tomorrow at 12:45.
What's the matter with you, Frank? You've hardly said a word all through lunch.
It's Brian, Tom.
Is something the matter?
I've just discovered that my kid brother's a heel. He's also a liar.
Oh, now look, Frank, that's no way to talk about Brian.
He's a cheap, sneaky little punk, and he makes me sick.
He's just come in, Frank.
It's a public cafeteria.
I suppose you've got your reasons, but it doesn't seem like a very nice way for two brothers to act.
Tom, I could tell you stories about that kid that would make your hair curl.
Drop it. He's coming over here.
Oh, why can't he eat by himself? He knows how I feel. He's always trying to force in on people.
Frank, here he comes.
Frank, I'd like a couple of words with you.
Oh, look, fellas, I gotta get
Sit
going.
still, Tom. Finish your coffee. I'd like you to get a load of what my father expects Trent to make into a lawyer.
Where's my watch, Frank?
What are you talking about?
My watch. I left it on the bed this morning while I went to shower. It's gone.
So what?
I want it back.
I haven't got it.
I saw you come out of the dormitory on the way back from showers. We're the only men in the dorm who don't have a 9 o'clock lecture this morning. When I went back into the dorm, there was nobody else there, and the watch was gone. Now I want it back.
Are you accusing me of stealing your watch?
Yes, and I want it back.
Oh, look, boys, I don't think this is...
Don't go, Tom. Just get a load of Junior here. So I'm a thief, am I?
Frank, I want my watch back.
Oh, drop dead, you dumb little jerk. If you weren't so scrawny, I'd knock your face in.
You stole my watch.
Oh, now, look, Frank. Brian, don't be crazy.
Shut up, Tom. Where's the watch, Frank? Are you going to give it to me quietly, or do I have to take it?
Look, kid, you're stinking up the cafeteria. Buzz off. Go on, creep.
My own brother, a dirty, cheap, contemptible thief.
Oh, we were pretty convincing. Brian knocked me down. Dishes were broken. Everybody in the cafeteria stood rooted to the spot. In an hour, it was all over the campus. Everybody knew that the Jackson brothers were fighting. Everybody believed it. Neither Brian or I made a single slip. The next night, we had a row in the dormitory. On Wednesday, I threw a milkshake at Brian in the milk bar. Thursday, we got hauled up before the dean and told that if we couldn't behave like gentlemen, we'd better leave. Friday, we had a row at basketball practice. Saturday night at the third-year prom, we had a fist fight in the middle of the floor over Brian's girl. Elaine cried and went home alone. Oh, it was a build-up. A real grade-A build-up. And all of it was planned. All of it. I can't understand why people won't believe it was a gag. Well, anyway, on a Sunday night preceding the murder, we had a last conference on our bench. It was a perfect setup. Perfect.
Oh, it's perfect, Frank. Perfect. Tomorrow we'll pull the murder. Oh, I picked up a gun today. Here.
Good night, Brian. Where'd you get that thing?
I stole it from the sports office. It won't be needed until track practice on Wednesday. Don't worry, I'll put it back. It's loaded with blanks.
Are you sure you can put it back without being caught?
Sure. Now, is everything set for tomorrow?
You'll be in the bookstore at 12:15, right?
Right. In the history section near the door.
I'll come in about 1. I'll yell out your name. You turn around, and I fire twice.
That's right. Incidentally, I'm filling a little paper cup with ketchup and putting it in my shirt pocket. When you fire, I'll clutch my hands to my chest, squeeze the ketchup, and fall.
Oh, mess up a perfectly good shirt.
Oh, it'll wash out. I'll play dead for 10 minutes and just lie there. And then you rush back to the dorm and wait for me. Then we'll have lunch and go over together and report the crime to the dean.
Okay.
Now, one last check. You're sure you haven't given this away to anybody?
Oh, positive.
And that slip of paper that I wrote out instructions on?
Burn it. You think I'm crazy? If you could produce that paper, you could prove all this was a gag.
Well, I guess we've thought of everything.
I bet you're going to pull some phony self-defense gag.
No?
An insanity plea?
Nope. You'll shoot me in the bookstore tomorrow. It'll be straight, deliberate, premeditated killing. And I'll get you off.
It's a terrific stunt, if you can do it.
How much is this dictionary, miss?
$4.85.
Okay, I'll take it. Can I charge it, please?
Oh, certainly. What is the name, please?
Jackson. Brian Jackson.
Brian Jackson.
Brian!
But Frank, what's the matter?
I told you I wouldn't take any more, didn't I? Well, I meant it.
Frank, put down that gun.
I've taken all I'm going to take. This is where you get it. Oh! And then everything exploded in my brain. Right up until I fired the shots, I'd been enjoying myself. But there was something about the way Brian clutched at his stomach instead of his chest. He fell. And there was blood on his lips. Real blood. Brian's blood. From there on, everything was a nightmare. Brian was dead before they could get him to the hospital. I'm not quite clear on what happened after that because I was stunned. My own brother. Brian. My brother. In some fantastic, unimaginable way, I shot him. They phoned the police, of course, and I managed to get a few words with the dean before they came to pick me up.
Sorry, Frank, I don't think you'd better tell me all this. The police are the ones...
Dean Harrison, you've got to believe me. You've got to. We planned the whole thing. Brian had always believed that the... Well, you see, we... Look, Dean Harrison, I can't talk right, but...
Frank, there's no use.
But this was a stunt. A mock murder. Brian and I planned it ourselves. The fights, the build-up was all a stunt. Brian believed that I could kill him. I mean, appear to kill him. And that he could defend me and... Oh, Dean, those bullets were blanks. I mean, they... Brian got the gun himself from the sports office. They were supposed to be blank cartridges.
Frank, you'd better not talk anymore. I don't know what to say. I've been at Trent for 12 years. There's never been a tragedy like this. I'm very upset. I've always liked you, Frank, but this is out of my hands.
But Dean Harrison, surely you don't think that I really...
I telephoned your father. He's taking a plane from New York tonight. I'm afraid from here on it's up to the police. They'll be here any minute.
I can't recall what happened in the next 2 days. My father arrived. I was booked. They put me in a cell. Dad was rushing around about bail and trying to get Peter Cheney to come from New York to defend me. Dad looked haggard and older than I'd ever seen him look. He came every afternoon to see me.
There you are, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, God.
Hello, Dad.
Hello, Frank.
Half an hour, Mr. Jackson. That's all you can have.
All right.
Is it over? Yes. Was it a nice funeral?
Frankie.
Frankie. Did you get Peter Cheney?
Yes, I talked to him on the telephone for an hour this morning. He said he'd take the case.
What else did he say?
He says that we've got to find out who switched those bullets.
But I tell you, I don't know.
Frank, think hard. Did Brian have any enemies? Was there anybody on the campus that... How did Elaine feel about him?
I don't know. She certainly wouldn't want to kill him.
Cheney says if we can't find out who changed the bullets, we'd better plead temporary insanity.
I won't. I won't plead insanity.
Frank, you may have to.
But I didn't kill him, Dad. I won't plead insanity.
But Frank, it's such damning evidence. No jury on earth will believe your story. No jury on earth.
When I finally came up for trial, my father was a broken man. One son killed, the other convicted of his murder. After the trial started, I'd lie on my bed at night and go over the whole thing word by word. Then I'd stop. And I'd pray. I'd say the Lord's Prayer over and over. But my praying didn't seem to make much difference. Witness after witness testified to how Frank and I hated each other. The watch, the fight at the dance. One after the other until I almost began to believe that maybe I had killed him.
And you're an undergraduate at French University.
Yes, sir.
You're acquainted with the deceased?
Yes, sir.
Now, will you tell the jury in your own words what happened on the Friday preceding the murder at the dance which you attended with the deceased?
Well, we were dancing and Frank cut in. Brian made some objection and Frank struck him. Then Brian struck back and Frank swore at him.
What were the exact words that the defendant used?
He said, "Damn you, I'll get you for this."
Thank you. That's all. Your witness?
No questions.
Now, Mr. Benson, will you tell the court in your own words what happened in the cafeteria on the afternoon of April 5th?
Well, Frank was sitting with me, and Brian came in, and Frank made some crack, and one thing led to another.
Mr. Benson, what did the defendant say?
Something about, look at what my father expects Trent to make into a lawyer.
He was addressing the deceased?
Yes, sir.
Go on.
Well, Brian accused Frank of stealing his watch. Frank denied it, and then Brian hit him.
You saw the blow struck?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Benson. Now, I understand that you were in the bookstore and witnessed the killing.
Yes, sir.
After the defendant fired the shots, what did you do?
For a moment, I was so stunned I just stood there. Then I ran after Frank and followed him up to the men's dormitory.
What happened when you reached the dormitory?
I said something about how could he have done such a thing. I don't remember my exact words.
What did the defendant say? Do you remember his exact words?
Yes, sir.
If you can't remember yours, how can you remember his?
Because it was such a terrible thing to say.
Will you repeat what the defendant said, please?
He said, I killed the little stinker because he had it coming to him.
Thank you. Your witness?
No questions.
Mr. Jackson, am I to understand that the entire series of quarrels which you had with your brother before the murder occurred were intended as a stunt?
Yes.
Was the murder a stunt, too?
Yes. No, it wasn't a murder. The bullets were blank, I tell you. Why do you keep questioning me like this?
Mr. Jackson, it is not my idea that you take the stand. I will thank you to answer questions as they are put.
I'm sorry.
Have you no explanation of why there were real bullets in the gun?
No.
After your brother gave you the gun, did anyone else have access to it?
Well, I don't know. Somebody must have.
Did it leave your possession?
No. I don't know. I left it under my pillow all day Monday.
Did you tell anybody this?
No.
If the gun was loaded with blank cartridges, where are they?
I don't know.
If nobody else knew about the gun, if nobody knew it was under your pillow, who could have switched the bullets?
I don't know.
There are a great many things that you don't know, Mr. Jackson.
I only know I didn't kill him. I didn't kill him, I
tell you! The truth is, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that Frank Jackson is lying. He is lying desperately in an effort to escape the consequences of his loathsome fratricide. even if the motive of the murder had not been clearly established. Even if 12 witnesses had not seen him shoot down his brother in cold blood, as they testified, Frank Jackson would still stand condemned by the hopeless confusion of his own testimony. Why did he invent the fantastic story he asks you to believe? Because it serves one good purpose. It supplies him with an excuse for his inability to call one single witness in his defense. The only other man who knew about the alleged hoax is dead. That is what automatically proves that no one else but Frank Jackson could have loaded real bullets in the murder gun. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I imagine it's unnecessary for you to leave the box to render the only possible verdict. Guilty of murder in the first degree.
Have you reached a verdict?
Yes, Your Honor. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree as charged.
We appealed, of course, but we lost. I've been found guilty by due process of the law I trust. And in 11 more days, I'm going to die in the electric chair. Up until we lost the appeal 3 days ago, I hadn't given up hope. Now I know that nothing can save me. I also know that I didn't kill Brian. And somehow, somewhere, the man or woman who changed those blank cartridges for real bullets, somehow he or she will pay. I have no emotion left. I can't cry or pray or do anything but wait. 11 more days of waiting.
The warden wants you in his office, Jackson. Come on.
What's the use? We've been over it so many times it doesn't make sense anymore.
Come on. Let's get going. If the warden wants you, he wants you. Here's the prisoner, Warden.
Come in, Jackson.
What do you want now?
Come in, son. Sit down. Son, a few moments ago, I received a visit from a notary public, a Mr. Bixton. He had an amazing story. It seems that 3 days before your brother died, he went to Mr. Bixton and wrote out a statement which he made Mr. Bixton witness without reading.
A statement?
It was sealed in an envelope in Bixton's presence and kept in his safe. Your brother told Bixton you were going to be tried for a crime. But if you were convicted, Bixton was to bring this letter to me 3 days after his sentence was passed. He did as he was told, for which your brother paid him $50. Bixton's outside now, dictating his testimony. Now, this is the letter your brother wrote. Here, read it.
To whom it may concern. This is an open letter to my brother who will probably
need it. Dear Frank, I hope you'll forgive what I did to you. It was I, Brian Jackson, who replaced the blanks in your gun with real bullets. You didn't know it, but Dr. Cordner had given me just 3 months to live. Heart, he said, and incurable. I chose this way because I didn't want a lingering death. And because I wanted you to know that an innocent man can be convicted of murder and sentenced to death. This letter will bring you your freedom, but I hope you will admit now that murder is a matter of opinion. Yes, Frank, whether you like it or not,
murder is a matter of opinion. Your loving brother, Brian.
have just heard Murder is a Matter of Opinion by Jules Archer, attraction 39 on Radio City Playhouse. The story was adapted for radio by Harry W. Junkin, who also directed the production. Bill Lipton starred as Frank Jackson. Michael O'Day was Brian Jackson. Other players in the cast included Peter Hobbs, Sidney Smith, Scott Douglas, Elaine Rost, and Robert Andrus. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shield.
This is Harry Junkin again. Our sincere thanks to Bill Lipton and Michael O'Day for their splendid performances tonight. Next week, we hope you'll be with us again at this same time for another story on Radio City Playhouse. Next week, Attraction 40 on Radio City Playhouse. Good night, everybody.
Bob Warren speaking. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup present Inner Sanctum Mysteries. Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is Raymond, your host, at the squeaking door. Come in, won't you? Well, you're shivering. Cold? Oh. Well, don't let it throw you. Just remember that many are cold, but few are frozen. Well, our story, to be different tonight, is about murder. Murder and a clock. So, if you've got a little time to kill, let's do it now, huh?
Why, Mr. Raymond, nobody can really kill time.
Well, maybe not, but you certainly can frighten it. Didn't you ever hear of an alarmed clock?
Mr. Raymond, someday you're going to choke on one of those puns.
And won't that be nice, Mary? Then you can revive me with guess what, Lipton tea.
Oh, dear. Must this go on week after week? Why must I talk to the only person in the world who doesn't know the proper uses of Lipton tea?
Oh, don't say that.
It isn't used to revive people. At least not in the way you mean it. Of course, lots of folks do find that Lipton's makes the day seem brighter. Yes, it sort of helps them through their housework to sit down now and then between meals, as well as at dinner and supper, and enjoy a cup of Lipton tea. And the reason why Lipton's is so satisfying is because of that one little word, brisk. B-R-I-S-K. Tea experts say that Lipton's has a brisk flavor, which means that it always tastes tangy and bracing. It's never flat or wishy-washy. So folks ask for Lipton tea at your grocer's. You just don't know how good tea can be till you've tried Lipton's.
Yes, and when you leave the grocer, step next door to the clockmaker's shop and ask him for the Judas clock. If he doesn't have it on hand, just ask him to give you the works. Yes, the title of tonight's story is The Judas Clock. It's an original radio play by that old clock watcher, Christopher Mayo. Our star is Barry Kroger, who plays the role of Sebastian Packer.
I'm a clockmaker. I carry on the profession my father taught me in London. I like clocks, all that is but one. For 30 years, I've looked for a certain clock and a certain man. The clock is known to collectors as the Judas clock. The man I swore to kill when, as a boy of 14, I closed my father's glazing eyes and wiped the froth of blood from his lips. Last night, I found the Judas clock. Tonight, I may have found the man.
I'm told you're an expert clock repairman, Mr.
Packer, madam. Well, yes, I suppose I am.
Well, I have a clock. Rather, my husband has, and it hasn't run for years. Would you have a look at it?
Well, can't you bring it in?
Oh, heavens, no. It weighs 500 pounds.
Oh.
One of those huge marble things. Italian Renaissance, I'd say.
Marble? Italian? Well, can you describe it further?
Well, it's rather unusual. Black marble, heavily carved with biblical characters. The ivory face has a beautifully etched scene on it, but it's a gruesome one.
Gruesome? What kind of a scene?
It's a picture of a man hanging from a tree.
Judas.
His face is positively ghastly.
The Judas clock. I knew without seeing it why the clock wouldn't run. It had been built in Italy for a prince of the House of Savoy in 1598. He conceived the idea when he discovered that his family's treasures included the 30 pieces of silver of Judas Iscariot. The clock was made to run only when the 30 silver coins of Judas were in place in the clock's hollow weights. 15 in each weight, and the coins had been in my possession since the day of my father's death. Somewhere inside me, that clock still beats its deep-throated song, and I have but to close my eyes to hear again my father's voice.
It's an evil clock, son, as evil as Satan himself, and it's cursed. There is a legend that every man who has owned it has died a violent and bloody death.
Well, Mr. Packer, can you fix it?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was daydreaming. Well, yes. Does Mr.
Arnold.
Does Mr. Arnold know that you're having the clock repaired?
No. We've only been married a few weeks, and I'd like to have it working when he comes back to town tomorrow. Sort of a surprise.
Yes, I see. Well, I'll be there in half an hour, Mrs. Arnold. So last night, I went to the Arnold house and found the Judas clock again. I started to work. Foghorns from the East River sounded much as I remembered they did in London. And suddenly, I was back there on a fateful day about a fortnight after the clock had been uncrated by my father. I was in the shop when the man from Scotland Yard stepped in. He walked straight to the clock and stared at it.
Good afternoon, sir. Does the clock interest you?
Very much. When did you acquire it?
A cousin bought it at an auction in Italy, and I'm displaying it for sale and consignment.
My name's Pettibone, Scotland Yard. I've been looking for this clock for a month. It was stolen in Italy.
Stolen?
Yes, Mr. Packer. And worse, murder was done. Afraid you're involved in a bit of something here.
Murder?
I'm taking possession of the clock in the name of the Crown.
I shall never forget the look of horror on the detective's face a moment later. He laid his hand on the clock's carving, and it froze there, while his face drained white and his eyes bulged. He opened and closed his mouth soundlessly and crumpled to the floor with his hands to his throat. He was still and twisted and very dead. Mr. Pettibone had died of a heart attack the moment he took possession of the clock. I helped Father drag him into the stockroom. Father wanted time to think, so I went to my room. I dozed off only to wake hours later at the sound of angry voices.
Well, Cousin Andrew, you've done me a fine turn, haven't you?
I've told you I didn't mean to kill the old girl. It was an accident. Don't talk so loud. Boy will hear us.
You killed her as soon as you learned she'd made out a will in your favor. Then when you thought it was safe, you sold all her furnishings and sent the clock to me to sell.
Very well, I did. You're in it to the ears.
I'll go to the police.
And how will you explain poor, stiff Mr. Pettibone lying in your stockroom all this while? Besides, Timothy, there's nothing to fear now Pettibone's gone. He was the only one who suspected me. Now, you're the only one who knows.
I'll crate this cursed black monster tomorrow, and you leave with it.
And will you also crate Mr. Pettibone?
I
have a plan. Here. Sit down in this chair, right here. I'll show you how we can solve the whole thing.
My young heart beat with a wild dread as I listened. I could only see Cousin Andy's back, but I could see Father seated dejectedly in the chair near the Judas clock, his head in his hands. It was midnight. All the clocks in the shop began striking the hour, and louder than all the rest was the chime of the evil clock. If only then I had known, I might have done something, but the slow strokes beat on. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And before my horrified eyes, the heavy marble piece leaned slowly from the wall and crashed across my father's back. And Cousin Andy stood facing my father as the clock crushed his frail form and choked him. He made pitiful little sounds, his eyes begging for life. And the murderer just stood, his back to me, and watched.
Thundering sinners, you die-hard.
Cousin Andy ran from the shop crying for help. He would claim an accident. I raced into the shop. My father was dead. I choked back my tears, and I closed the poor, staring eyes. I took the coins of Judas from the weights of the clock and ran from the shop, the blood-stained pieces jangling merrily in my pocket. Armed with the notion that the coins were of value, and the definite notion that I must eat, I approached one of the many dingy little curio shops in the Limehouse district. I stepped through the fog toward a shop where a dim light burned in the rear. Every inch of wall and ceiling was hung with curios, old armor, swords, and shields. I would have run out, but a weazened, apish man barked at me from the rear.
Well, what you want?
I have something to sell.
What you got?
I have the 30 pieces of silver that belong to Judas Iscariot.
I'll twist this scrawny neck off you. Pulling me leg, eh?
Oh, no, sir, I'm not pulling your leg, sir. Here they are.
Fine. Silver, right enough. Where'd you cop them?
Oh, I didn't steal them, sir. They belong to my father.
A likely tale, that.
Will you buy them?
Buy him, he says. Buy him. Get out of here before I cause a bobby, you scamp. Get out!
Oh, no, give me my coins.
Get out or I'll come about and fetch you a sound one.
The ugly brute came toward me. He held my coins, clutched in a tight, hairy fist. Before I could move, he had struck me. And I hit the wall with a clatter. And then it happened again. For the second time that night, the curse of the Judas clock struck. As I hit the wall, my eye caught a metallic glint above, and a heavy object dropped from the ceiling. The man was about to strike me again when the object struck his head. And remained part of him. He fell. His skull split in two by a hangman's axe. I clamped my mouth on a cry and pried the man's fist open. The fresh blood made it hard, but I recovered the coins. And I stumbled in panic through the shop and out into the night. And the fog of London never swallowed a more frightened and lonely boy.
That nasty fog swallowing a little boy. That reminds me of a little nursery rhyme. Hickory dickory dock, the mouse ran up the clock. The clock struck 2. Look out, it might strike you.
Heavens, I'm glad I don't own that terrible clock.
Oh, don't say that, Mary. Just think if you had the Judas clock, then time wouldn't hang heavily on you. No, it would fall on you.
Well, if it did fall and you rescued me, wouldn't that make you a time saver?
Well, split my sides with an axe if Mary didn't make with a joke.
Well, a very little one, Mr. Raymond.
That's true.
But seriously, I do have something to say about a time saver. And I'm thinking about Lipton tea. You know, Lipton's is such a handy beverage. It takes so little time to prepare, and it's always so welcome. Yes, its famous brisk flavor makes it enjoyable, not just at your own meal times, but between meals and whenever folks drop in for a visit. That's why it's a good idea to buy Lipton's in the larger, more economical size packages. That's right. The larger packages are much thriftier. So you see, it's wise to keep on hand a really good supply of that brisk-flavored Lipton tea.
Oh, sure, it'll come in handy to warm up the chills you get from these inner sanctum stories. And, brother, you're going to shiver plenty with Barry Kroger as Sebastian Packer as this story goes on about the Judas clock.
I hadn't touched those horrible coins of Judas Iscariot since the day the storekeeper was killed. By now, I half believed the legend that death followed them. I began to feel that the only way I could escape their curse was to find the Judas clock and put the coins back in its weights where they belonged. One day, as I read the notices in the Times, my heart skipped a beat. It said, auction of clocks. At Chopin Place, auction room, Saturday at 7. Rare items, one of them fine Italian Renaissance piece of black marble. Rare treat for collectors. Come early.
Interested in something, young man?
Oh, why, yes. Well, that is nothing in particular. Just looking at these splendid pieces. I thought I might stay for the auction.
Look about. Auction won't start for a bit yet.
I sauntered toward the black clock. My hand had scooped all the coins from my pocket. I would have to work fast and noiselessly. My sweating fingers began to unscrew the small cover on one of the weights. I would soon have the coins put back.
Just as I thought. No. What have you got in your hand there? Let's have a look.
No, nothing at all. I was just examining.
Examining my foot? You've got a flock of coins there. You must have taken them from somewhere in the clock. Here. No, give them to me.
Sometimes when things happen quickly, the mind retains details that would otherwise escape notice. As the men and I struggled, I dropped the clock's weight. It hit a short, round bit of metal directly below it. The man had a vice-like grip on my clenched hand.
Blasted little wretch. No! I'll wrench your hand off for you.
I heard a whirring sound within the clock, and before my horrified eyes, the supporting panel at the front of the clock's base slowly lifted on hinges. The clock was off balance and began to fall forward. I screamed a warning. Look out! The auction man was dead, mashed to a pulp of bone and blood beneath the clock, as my father had been. I ran to the door and out into the street. I was right back where I'd started. Only now I knew that my father had been murdered by Cousin Andy. I walked for miles, trying to pull myself together. I wandered aimlessly, or so I thought. But fate had traced my path before me, because I was startled to find myself staring into the shop window of a rare coin dealer named Megaroyd. I walked into the shop. Mr. Megaroyd was a nice little man. He smiled a bit quizzically at my firm belief that I possessed the betrayal coins of Judas. I poured them onto his counter.
Oh, I say, you could be right, you know. Oh, these are the right era. I say, suppose they are. Let me put a glass to them.
Mr. Megaroyd, would they be worth a great deal, even if they weren't the...
Well, let me see. Yes, gracious, yes, they should be worth a great deal as collector's items alone.
Well, Mr. Megaroyd, I feel that there's something I should tell you about these pieces. They...
Yes?
Oh, it's not important.
Oh, well, now, just a moment. I have a catalogue on this here in my show window. I'll fidget just a jiffy.
The coins lay on the counter. I watched Mr. Megaroyd run down the aisle. As he approached the display window, his foot caught in an electric wire which lay across the floor. The lights went out, and I saw him pitch forward and... Ah! Mr. Megaroyd! Mr. Megaroyd! The streetlight peered through the broken plate glass and played across a grotesquely sprawled form in the show window. I needed no more light than there was to see what had happened. The upper half of the heavy plate had broken and dropped flat against the solid lower half. There was no need to ask how he was. No guillotine could have done a neater job. Mr. Megaloid had no head.
Who else but death can own the coins of Judas?
Tonight, I shall find out if Mr. Arnold is Cousin Andrew. If he is, I shall feel no remorse in killing him tonight. Because while working to repair the Judas clock last night, I discovered how my father's accidental death had been well-conceived, diabolic murder. When the right-hand weight reached the floor of the clock on the 12th stroke of midnight, it tripped a trigger which collapsed the base of the clock and caused it to fall forward. My father had died on the 12th stroke of midnight.
Have you finished, Mr. Packer?
No, Mrs. Arnold. I shall have to come back tomorrow night. What time do you expect Mr. Arnold tomorrow?
About 11, I'd say. Will you be finished by then?
Well, I think so. I'll have to take these weights to the shop with me, though. Something has to be added to them.
Well, of course, Mr. Packer. Mr. Arnold will be so surprised to see the clock running, won't he?
He'll be very surprised, Mrs. Arnold. I've put the coins in their place within the weights. Not 15 in each weight, but 15 in one and 10 in the other. The other 5 coins are in my pocket. In another pocket, I have a small 38, although I don't plan to use it. 8 o'clock, and I have a 30-year-old date to keep.
Good evening.
Oh.
Mr. Packer?
Yes, but I'm closing now.
I see you are. My name is Arnold. Just came in from Chicago. Sorry to spoil your little surprise. Or my wife's, rather.
You surprised her instead?
Yes. She had to confess. I wanted to go out, so she had to tell me about engaging you to repair the Judas clock.
You don't want it repaired?
By all means, I insist. It's a splendid idea. But what I came for, really, was to tell you that you and I have much to talk about.
Oh, do we?
Yes. But look, close your place and bring along whatever you need to fix the clock, and we'll talk about it at my place.
I'm all set. Let's go.
Think you'll have it fixed in time to strike midnight?
Oh, yes. Yes, it will strike at midnight. Yes. Well, there we are, Mr. Arnold. Weights are in place. Let's see. It's exactly 10 minutes before midnight. Set the hands. And just a little shove on the pendulum. So. And the Judas clock ticks again.
It's an evil clock, son. Evil as Satan himself.
The Judas clock wakes from a 30-year sleep. Hey, Cousin Sebastian.
Cousin? What?
That's what I wanted to tell you. My wife told me your father owned this clock in London.
Oh, well, yes.
I was your father's cousin. You're Sebastian Packer, the little boy who ran away that night.
Cousin Andy.
Yes. I wonder how much you know of that horrible night when your father was killed.
Well, I know the clock fell on Father. I heard the sound from my room, and I was so frightened. I ran down the rear steps in time to see them carry Father away. He was all covered up.
So that was why I didn't find you in your room afterward. It happened so fast. We were sitting, talking. The clocks were striking 12. Suddenly, the base of the clock seemed to cave in, and...
I know.
I bought the clock at an auction a few years later. Had it all fixed. It's good and solid now. I saw to that.
Yes, sir. Well, I suppose I'll run along now, Cousin Andy.
Nonsense. Let's make up for lost time and get acquainted.
Well...
Come now. I have some fine old port from England here. Sit down a while. No, not that chair.
No?
This one's a lot more comfortable.
It's a funny thing. When you work with clocks, as long as I have, you get to philosophizing about time.
That's all. How?
Well, here I sit by the big clock, just as my father sat 30 years ago. You know how many seconds ago that was, Cousin Andy?
No. Do you?
Well, 315,360,000 seconds in 10 years. That'd be 9,460,800,000 seconds in 30 years.
You've got quite a mechanical mind, Sebastian. Here, try this port.
Thank you. Here's to Father. What's the matter, Cousin Andy? Are you ill?
No.
Your face is quite drawn, gray.
Shut up.
Well, Cousin Andy, it's late. I guess I'd best go. You know, you do look awfully sick. Oh, don't get up, old man.
Sinners,
Here, sit down and relax. Take my chair. It's the more comfortable. Why, you're shaking like a leaf. Now, just sit quietly. I'll see myself out.
Thundering sinners,
Good night, Cousin Andy.
Oh, Sebastian. Sebastian. Get it off. Sebastian, in heaven's name.
Poor Cousin Andy. You're choking to death. You die hard, too, don't you? It was just a matter of timing. I set the hand a minute fast and the weight didn't touch your clever little spring device till just now because it's lighter by 5 pieces of cursed Judas money. Rest easy, Father. And he cast down the pieces of silver in the temple and departed and went and hanged himself.
But a fine chime was had by all. Anybody want to buy a large grandfather clock? I'm in the market for a sundial myself.
A sundial? My, they are old-timey. Say, Mr. Raymond, if you're afraid of clocks that tick, why don't you try to get hold of one of those old Egyptian water clocks?
Oh, Mary, now you're going to tell me that when tea time comes around, the water begins to boil in the clock?
Well, that would be quite an invention. But no, Mr. Raymond, right now I'm not going to talk about Lipton tea. Instead, I'm going to tell our listeners about an important job that lies ahead. A fight that's far from finished. Yes, the battle for Japan. Our government says that this Pacific War will be one of the most bitter and difficult in history. Never before has a nation fought so far away from its own shores. And to support this fight, we at home must work even harder at our home front activities. We must keep on buying more and more bonds, and we must hold on to them. And above all, we must stay on our war job until the job in the Pacific is over.
Well, I'll leave you with a cheerful, timely moral. Oh, that goes with tonight's story. No extra charge. Now, you can figure out how many seconds you've lived. All right, that's your pastime. But you can't figure out how many you've got left. That's just, sometime. You know what I mean? Well, I'll see you in just 604,800 seconds from right now. Well, that's next Tuesday night at 9 o'clock, of course. By the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is The Lucky Stiff by Craig Rice. Well, now it's really time to close that there squeaking door until next Tuesday night when Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup bring you another Inner Sanctum mystery, directed by Hyman Brown. So until then, good night. Pleasant dreams.
Folks, if you'd like to give the boys overseas a real taste of home, then why not include a package or two of Lipton's Noodle Soup Mix the next time you send them a box of food? Yes, Lipton's has the same homemade, chickeny taste as the soup you make right in your own kitchen. That's why it's a thoughtful, welcome little gift to send Lipton's. And as you know yourself, Lipton's Noodle Soup makes a grand snack. So remember, send a package or two to your boy. And remember to tune in next Tuesday night for another Inner Sanctum Mystery.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Joan Fontaine and Brian Ahern in Suspicion with Nigel Bruce. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. We Americans are a nation of mystery lovers. The sliding panel, the creaking stair bring a shiver of pleasure to 100 million spines. We wait with bated breath for the next chapter to reveal who done it. And don't tell me there's nothing new in mysteries either, because we have it here tonight, the RKO drama, Suspicion. It's the same gripping yarn that gave Joan Fontaine the part that won her an Academy Award. And tonight she co-stars with Brian Ahern. There are no sliding panels or creaking stairs in Suspicion. But in just about 3 acts from now, I think you'll agree it's one of the most absorbing mysteries of the year. 2 young people in love, with a strange threat hanging over them. These are the ingredients of Suspicion. Shake well, and you have an excellent spring tonic. And in the spring, a housewife's fancy usually turns to thoughts of house cleaning. But we got a different slant on the subject the other day from a listener in North Dakota. I don't believe anyone is happier to see spring come than we are up here, she writes. And so it seems like a good time to thank Lux Flakes for bringing us the Lux Radio Theater. It's our most valued entertainment all winter long. We aren't snowed in all the time, but we don't go very far when the sky is gray. The snow's gone now, and so is that supply of Lux Flakes we acquired last fall. Thanks again for making life on one North Dakota farm a little more cheerful in the months just past. To the lady from Dakota, our best wishes for a pleasant summer. She'll find that Lux Flakes, unlike snowflakes, will be just as welcome in the months to come. Now the curtain for Suspicion, starring Joan Fontaine as Lena and Brian Ahern as Johnny, with Nigel Bruce as Beaky.
Let me go! Let me go!
You little fool. What's the matter with you?
Let me go!
Hilltop overlooking the English countryside, the trees bend low before the morning wind. Smoke-gray clouds weave swiftly across a smoke-gray sky. Against this sky are silhouetted the figures of a man and a woman. The man's arms are about her shoulders. She struggles wildly, fiercely, then breaks away. Again his arms reach out. Her hands are caught and held as in a vice.
What did you think I was trying to do? Kill you? Nothing less than murder could justify such a violent self-defense. Why, look at you.
Let me go.
Oh, I'm beginning to understand. You thought I was going to kiss you, didn't you?
Weren't you?
Well, of course not. I was merely reaching around you, trying to fix your hair.
What's wrong with my hair?
I'm glad you asked me that. It would have been extremely discourteous for me to bring the subject up.
Are you serious?
Of course I'm serious.
You always give me the feeling that you're laughing at me.
No, I give you my word.
Well, what's wrong with my hair?
Let me show you. No. Don't back away. I'm not going to hurt you. Now, let me see. Yes, this'll do it. What are you thinking of?
A week ago, I'd never even seen you.
And now here we are on a Sunday morning missing church while I unbraid your hair.
I think you've done enough fooling with my hair.
There we are. Have you got a mirror? You look splendid.
I must be quite a novelty by contrast to the women you're photographed with in the newspapers.
Oh. Well, how do you like your hair? Oh, Nan, don't screw up your face like that. You look like a monkey. What does your family call you? Monkey face?
I'll have to go now. I'll be late for luncheon. Anyway, if my father saw me come home both late and beautiful, he might have a stroke.
Are you sure Miss Lena isn't in her room, Burton?
I knocked, sir, just before I announced luncheon.
She said she was going to church.
Try again, Burton.
Yes, sir.
What were you saying just before, my dear?
About Lena. I do wish she'd get married, Stanley.
I don't believe Lena will ever marry. She's not the marrying sort.
Oh, I suppose you're right. She is rather spinsterish.
What's wrong with that? The Old Maid's a respectable institution, and all women are not alike. Lena has intellect and a fine, solid character.
Sorry I'm late.
Oh, Lena, dear. Come and sit down.
Lena?
What kept you so long at church, dear?
I didn't go to church. I went for a walk.
A walk?
With a man.
A man?
Yes. His name's John Aysgarth.
John Aysgarth?
Is that Tom Aysgarth's boy?
How did you meet him? Pity he's turned out so wild. Rough luck on Tom.
What do you mean?
Well, he was turned out of some club for cheating at cards, wasn't he?
I don't know. I didn't ask him.
What's he doing down here?
Well, he's staying at Penn's Hayes. I shouldn't have thought Lord Middleham would have had him there if he'd ever been turned out of a club for cheating.
Well, perhaps it wasn't cards. May have been a woman. He was correspondent or something, I believe. Or ought to have been correspondent.
Well, anyway, I'm going to see him again this afternoon. He's calling for me at 3.
Miss Lena, you're wanted on the telephone.
Oh, thank you, Burton.
Stanley, she seems quite excited. You suppose...
Hello? Oh, hello, Johnny. What? Oh, yes, a long time ago. When are you coming? Oh, you can't. Yes, of course I understand. Yes, please write, and thank you for calling. Goodbye. Hello? Yes, this is Miss McNaidlaw. A telegram? Will you read it, please? I will see you, yes. Thursday, yes. At Beecham Hunt Ball. Signed, Johnny. Yes, I have it. Oh, Johnny.
I believe this is our dance, isn't it? Hello, Monkey Face.
Hello.
Hello, Monkey Face.
Hello, Johnny.
Come on. We're getting out of here.
Oh, but we can't.
Oh, of course we can. This way, Monkey Face.
Johnny, where are we going?
Now then, which is your car?
Oh, but this is ridiculous. It's over there.
Good. Come on. Tell me, have you ever been kissed in a car before?
Johnny.
Johnny what?
Well, you mustn't joke with me. I'm no good at joking. I don't know how to flirt.
But I'm not joking. I'm serious. Have you ever been kissed in a car?
No.
Would you like to be?
Yes.
Well, you're the first woman I've ever met who says yes when she meant yes.
What did the others say?
Oh, hanged if I know. Anything but yes.
But they kiss you.
Well, usually.
Have there been...
Have there been what, Monkey Face?
Well, have there been many?
I'm afraid so. Quite a few.
Are you always frank with them like this?
No, not particularly.
Well, then why are you frank with me? Because I'm different?
Oh, no, it isn't that. I'm honest with you because I think it's the best way to get results.
Johnny, I hope I'm not saying the wrong thing, but I love you.
No. Now, you haven't said the wrong thing, Monkey Face. I think I'm falling in love with you, too. That's why I stayed away for a week. I was afraid of you. I never thought it would happen like this.
Oh, neither did I.
Dear Mother and Father, Johnny and I were married last night.
Married?
We're off for a month's honeymoon on the continent. Please forgive me. I love him very much.
Just put those grips there. Thank you. The trunk goes up on the landing. Well, darling, how do you like your new house?
Oh, darling.
Because if you don't like it, just blame it all on Mr. Bailey here. He rented the house while we were on our honeymoon.
Yes, sir.
Why, he even decorated the place.
Oh, I adore it.
Mr. Aysgarth, I shall have to be getting along now, so what shall I do about the bill?
Oh, just drop it on that pretty little table on your way out, old boy.
Oh, yes, thank you, Mr. Aysgarth.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey.
Johnny, I never dreamt I'd ever have such a gorgeous place. Are you sure you can afford it?
Here, look. Just press that button there on the phonograph. There we are.
Oh.
I dance, I believe.
Oh, yes.
Where are we?
At the Hunt Ball.
And where else?
In Venice.
And
Naples and Capri and Monte Carlo and Nice.
And
Paris.
Paris.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yes? Oh, darling. This is, I'm so sorry. I've forgotten your name.
Ethel, sir.
Oh, yes. Well, Ethel, what is it?
A telegram for you,
Oh,
sir.
thank you, Ethel.
Yes, sir.
What do you think of Ethel?
Oh, she seems perfect.
Oh,
Oh, it isn't bad news, is it, dear?
Oh, no. It's from an old friend of mine. Stupid fella. He wants £1,000. You couldn't spare 1,000, could you?
1,000? What does he want it for?
Oh, hanged if I know. Probably because I borrowed it from him.
You borrowed it? Why?
Because I was going on a honeymoon with the loveliest girl in the world, and I wanted her to be happy.
Didn't you have any money of your own?
Well, no, not a shilling.
But I thought I had the impression... Johnny, are you broke?
Monkey face. I've been broke all my life.
Why didn't you tell me? And whatever made you take this extravagant house?
Well, I didn't want you to live in a shack. Why, a girl like you who's going to come into plenty of money someday.
Oh, wait a minute. I can't quite get this into my head. Were you thinking of my inheritance? Oh, I don't know what to say.
Oh, now, darling, really? Isn't it silly to spend the best years of our lives waiting? Why not be comfortable now?
Johnny, I'm just beginning to understand you. You're a baby. Oh, I know you didn't marry me for my money, but my income will never pay for all this, never.
But what about your father?
I couldn't possibly ask my father or even mother. Anyway, you wouldn't actually want to live on your wife's allowance, would you?
Of course not, darling.
Well, then.
Well, I suppose if the worst comes to the worst and there were no other way out of it, I suppose I'd have to...
What?
Well, borrow some more. I haven't touched old Middleham yet. Why, he ought to be good for a month or two's housekeeping.
I think you must be mad.
Oh, darling, let's
Johnny,
not...
listen to me.
Well?
There's going to be no more borrowing.
Well, what else is there to do?
You've got to go to work.
Work?
Yes, work.
What, you mean put on old clothes and go out with a shovel?
Don't be flippant.
Well, what do you mean? Would you realize that in order to be a plumber or a carpenter or an electrician... Oh, darling, you just haven't been around.
There are all sorts of jobs, Johnny.
Well, I'm broad-minded. Let's have some tea and talk it over. We can make out a list of jobs. Why, it might be fun. Hello, who's that, I wonder? There it is, right behind you, darling.
Hello? Oh, hello, Mother. Oh, yes, it's wonderful. A most beautiful house. And, would you tell Father how badly I felt? And, oh, is he? Oh, wait a minute, and I'll tell Johnny. Johnny.
Huh?
Father is sending us a wedding present.
No.
Oh, I can't tell you how much this means to me.
Oh, me too.
Yes, Father, yes.
Go on. Ask him when he's sending it.
Shh, it's coming over right away by messenger.
Well, invite them over for dinner. And if you can slip it in, just say that we were in the throes of job hunting when he telephoned.
Johnny, really, you are the limit. What, Father? Oh, yes. Johnny and I were just discussing that very subject, and he has several interesting ideas of the kind of job he'd like to do.
Oh, Mr. Aysgarth, there's a messenger from General McLeodlaw.
Oh, it's just come, Father. Hold on. Bring it in, Ethel.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I think I know what it is, and... Oh, Johnny, you'll be thrilled.
In here, please.
Oh, it is. Oh, how wonderful, Johnny. Look.
What the... Yeah, what is that thing?
It's a chair, darling. A Queen Anne chair.
Ah.
Here's another one, ma'am.
Yeah, how many more, for heaven's sake?
Just these two, sir.
Oh, he sent us both of them. Oh, Johnny, these are our first heirlooms to be handed down to our children and then to their children.
Ah, that's the thing to do with them, all right.
Oh, well, I must tell him. Oh, Father, you're so good to me that it makes me want to cry. You've made me so very happy, and you've made Johnny very happy, too.
Oh, yes.
Wait a minute, Father. He wants to say something to you.
No, I don't.
Say something very nice. These chairs really belong in a museum. Now, go on.
Hello, General. Yes. Oh, but really, sir, shouldn't you have sent them to a museum? Oh, but of course we're thrilled, yes. What? A job? Oh, yes. Lena and I were just going into that. Well, I have several excellent opportunities. I've just had a letter from my cousin, Captain Melbeck. He wants somebody to manage his estate for him, you know. I thought I'd take the job. Yes, well, I'm glad you approve, sir. Yes. Well, we'll get together soon. Goodbye, sir.
That was a fib about Captain Melbeck, wasn't it?
Was it? Listen to this letter. We'll give your idea the fullest consideration. Let me know if you would like to take the job. Yours sincerely, George Melbeck.
Did you have this letter all the time?
I did.
Why didn't you tell me?
Because, dear, I never dreamed I'd be using it. Any more than I ever dreamed we'd be receiving these two beautiful chairs.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello, Ethel. Is Mr. Aysgarth at home yet?
No, ma'am. There's a gentleman waiting for him in the drawing room.
Oh, thank you.
Hello. I say, a nice place old Johnny's got here. Oh, yes, I'm Beaky Thwaite. You must be old Johnny's wife.
Yes, I am.
Well, didn't he ever tell you about me?
Beaky? Oh, you're Beaky.
That's what they used to call me at school. I happened to be driving by. I thought I'd just pop in for a cup of tea.
Oh, I've heard so much about you, Mr. Thwaite.
Yes, Johnny told me about you, too. I ran into him at Newbury Races last week.
The races?
Oh, put my foot in it as usual, have I? I mean, didn't he tell you?
Johnny has a job. He couldn't be at the races. Besides, he's given up betting.
Oh, yes, has he? Well, don't you believe it, not Johnny. He's a great lad, he is. You mustn't mind Johnny cutting up. That's what makes him Johnny. Besides, he thinks you're a topper.
Won't you sit down, Mr. Thwaite?
Oh, I don't see why not.
Well, I'm sure Johnny will... Oh.
Something wrong?
Yes, there were 2 chairs here this morning before I left.
Chairs? Disappeared ever?
Yes, apparently.
Were they expensive?
Yes, they were. They were museum pieces. Queen Anne.
That Johnny, you've been a test of me. Don't you understand?
No, I don't.
I'll bet you 20 to 1 that old Johnny sold them.
Sold them? What for?
For money, of course. Fellow's got to pay his racing debts, hasn't he? You know, those bookie fellows, they don't trust a chap for long. Not a chap like Johnny, that is.
I don't believe you. I don't believe a word you're saying.
Oh, put my foot in it again, have I?
He couldn't have sold them. He wouldn't, without asking me.
Mrs. Aysgarth at home, Ethel?
Yes, sir.
Here he comes. Now, don't tell him I've said a word. If you want to see Johnny at his very best, you just say something about chairs.
Beaky!
Johnny! How are you, old bean?
Fine. Well, what are you doing here?
I just popped in to see, old boy.
Good. Well, how's my little monkey face? Hello, what's the matter, darling?
Nothing.
Are you sure?
Your wife seems to be missing some chairs, old boy.
Beaky, your pipe's not lit. Here, let me give you a match.
Oh, thanks, old boy. About those chairs, old bean.
Huh?
The missing chairs, old man.
What? Oh, yes. Oh, the chairs, yes. Oh, I suppose that American must have come for them this morning.
What American?
Oh, didn't I tell you, darling? Stupid of me. Well, he dropped by about a week ago, a friend of Melbeck's.
Gone, old boy?
Well, anyway, he admired the chairs and offered $100 apiece for them. Anyone would take that.
I wouldn't.
Oh, wouldn't you really, dear? Oh, I'm sorry. That never occurred to me.
Why didn't you mention it?
I'm sorry, darling. I thought I did.
Oh, well, that's all right. If they're gone, they're gone.
Yeah, they're gone, all right.
Shall we change for dinner?
You're an angel.
Yeah, hold on a minute. You say that he offered you $100 apiece for them?
That's right.
Well, let's have a look at the check.
Oh, he'll send it along.
I'll bet you £10 to a shilling you wouldn't dare let your wife pick up the telephone and ask old Melbeck or whatever his name is if he ever saw this American.
Are you implying that my husband is a liar, Mr. Thwaite?
Oh, now, monkey face, don't mind Beaky. He's only joking.
Well, I prefer jokes on other subjects. Are you staying for dinner, Mr. Thwaite?
Dinner? I'm spending the weekend, unless you throw me out.
Johnny's friends are always welcome, as long as they remain Johnny's friends.
Mr. DeMille presents Act Two of Suspicion, starring Joan Fontaine, Brian Ahern, and Nigel Bruce, in just a moment. Now, here's a last-time announcement about the Lux Flakes Garden Club. Yes, this is the last time we can tell you on the air about our wonderful flower bargain. 3 hardy vitamin-treated chrysanthemum plants, a whole dollar's worth, for only 10 cents on the opening tab from a large box of Lux Flakes. Single and double chrysanthemums, pom-pom and button types, in all their full range of glorious color, are included in our offer. Some will grow as big as 3 or 4 inches across. Plant them now, and from early next fall right up until killing frost time, you'll have armloads of blossoms, dozens from each plant, to cut and arrange indoors at a cost of almost nothing. These Lux Mum plants are all first-quality, well-rooted, field-grown plants. They'll bloom year after year, and one in each set of 3, the feature mum, blooms in a soft, glowing shell pink color that's specially lovely indoors under artificial light. And an extra special feature of our offer, every one of our plants has been given a special vitamin treatment with transplantone to strengthen the roots and produce earlier and more perfect blossoms. Now, even though you haven't a garden, you can still enjoy the luxury of fresh flowers for your home. For these Lux chrysanthemum plants will thrive in flower pots or window boxes in any Sunday window. Order as many sets of 3 plants as you want, but order them promptly. Don't forget, this is the last time you will hear this premium offer. So get your order in the mail right away. If not tonight, then tomorrow, if you possibly can do so. But by all means, send it not later than next Sunday, May 10th, as this radio offer expires on that date, May 10th. Because of the tremendous rush of orders, we ask you to allow at least 2 weeks for your plants to reach you. Now, here's what you do. Write your name and address on a piece of paper or on the handy order blank which your dealer has. Mail it with 10 cents in coin. No stamps, please. 10 cents in coin and the opening tab from a large box of Lux Flakes to Lux Garden Club, Hollywood, California. With your chrysanthemum plants, we'll send you a leaflet of planting instructions and another leaflet telling you how you can get several other flower bargains. Remember, for each set of 3 plants you order, send 10 cents in coin and the opening tab from a large box of Lux Flakes to Lux Garden Club, Hollywood, California. Be sure to include your own name and address, of course. The offer is good only in the United States. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille. Act Two of Suspicion, starring Joan Fontaine as Lena and Brian Ahern as Johnny, with Nigel Bruce as Beaky. A week has passed, but in Lena's mind, there's still a dim shadow of doubt, a faint, indefinable fear, the dawning of suspicion. Now in the quiet main street of the town, she meets the local celebrity, a writer of mystery stories.
Lena, dear.
Oh, hello, Isabel. I've just been admiring your display in the bookshop.
Murder on the Footbridge? Yes, they're doing very nicely by it. How's Johnny?
Oh, he's fine. He's an ardent admirer of yours. I don't believe there's one of your stories he hasn't read.
Splendid. By the way, have you seen Telbrook's window?
The antique shop? No, not lately.
Well, my dear, they've got the most beautiful things. 2 lovely old Queen Anne chairs. I'd give my soul to own them.
Chairs?
Lovely. Oh, goodbye, my dear. See you for dinner soon.
Yes, of course.
I'll phone you, Lena.
The chairs. He said he sold them to an American. He lied to me. Why did he lie to me?
Hello, old girl. Back so soon?
Beaky, I owe you an apology.
Good. I mean, what for?
Well, I'll explain to you later.
I say, you seem to be a little hot under the collar. Must be about old Johnny.
Would you excuse me?
My dear, you mustn't be angry with Johnny. It's a waste of time. Now, if you want to get sore with me, it's a different thing altogether. I annoy everybody, always did.
Lena! Beaky! Where are you? Oh, hello. Now then, don't move either one of you. Just stay like that. I must watch the expressions on your faces.
I say, what have you got in those packages, old Bean?
You'll find out soon enough. Oh, Beaky, this is a red letter day. Lena, look. Do you remember that little necklace you admired in the shop window in Regent Street? Here.
I say.
Beaky, here's a little present for you.
What is it, Obin? Oh, stick. Thanks, Obin.
Do you remember this fur coat? I saw the hungry eye you gave it the last time we were up in London. Well, it's yours. What do you say?
Johnny, I don't understand what made you do all this.
Oh, now, dear, don't be angry.
Johnny, I want to know what this is all about.
Yes, what is it all about, Obin?
Well, my friends, I have the pleasure of announcing that the Goodwood Cup was run today, and I happen to have backed the winner. A 10-to-1 shot, ladies and gentlemen, and I had £200 on him.
£200 at 10 to 1? Why, that's 2,000 quid.
Darling, what's happened to your tongue? Oh, come on, darling, smile.
Johnny, where did you get the £200?
I say, old girl, that's not a very tactful question.
Where did you get it?
Oh, you know very well there was no American. I got it for the chairs, of course.
You sold the chairs to gamble all your money on a horse.
Well, not exactly. I owed the bookies some money, but then along came this hot tip. Oh, darling, come on, give us a smile.
Yes, come on, old girl. Come. Oh, I know.
What?
You tickle a chin, I'll make a noise like a duck.
Come on, old man. More duck, more duck.
More duck, Obin.
No, it's no good, Beaky. No. Oh, I forgot something. Darling, look at this. It's a receipt from a certain antique shop. Paid in full for a certain pair of chairs. They'll deliver within the hour.
Johnny.
There, you see? She's smiling.
Hi, Julia, so she is.
Oh, Johnny, darling.
Well done, Obin. I say, what about celebrating?
Oh, trust old Beaky to say the right thing at the right time. Come on, darling, look at me. Are you happy?
Yes.
Of course she is. Here you are, Lena. This is yours, old girl.
Thank you, Beaky.
And here's yours, Obin. And now for a toast.
Yeah, wait a minute, Beaky. What are you drinking? Brandy?
Oh, just this once, Obin.
You know that's not good for you.
All right.
Oh, well, maybe just this once.
Oh, thanks, Obin.
Monkey Face, I drink to the last bet that will ever be made by Johnny Aysgarth.
The last bet, Obin. Well, bottoms up.
Beaky.
What's the matter with him?
Sit down, Beaky, sit down. Here.
Johnny, get some water, quick.
It won't help. I've seen this happen before. There's nothing much you can do about it.
Open his collar, he can't breathe.
That's no use, darling. It'll either kill him or it'll go away by itself.
Sorry, Obin.
One of these days, it'll kill him.
Oh, good afternoon, Mrs. Aysgarth.
Good afternoon. Is my husband in his office?
Mr. Aysgarth? Why, no.
When do you expect him?
Well, I really couldn't say. Perhaps you'd like to talk to Captain Melbeck.
Yes, I would. Very much, please.
This way. Mrs. Aysgarth to see you, sir.
Oh, come in. Mrs. Aysgarth, what a pleasure to see you.
Good afternoon, Captain Melbeck.
Well, do sit down.
Well, I don't want to impose upon you, but you're Johnny's cousin as well as his employer, and I thought I'd come and see you.
Of course. I've been feeling pretty badly about Johnny ever since I had to discharge him.
Discharge?
Now, don't worry, Mrs. Aysgarth. I told him I wouldn't prosecute.
I don't understand.
I told him I wouldn't prosecute.
What on earth are you talking about? When did you discharge him?
6 weeks ago. We had an unexpected audit, and the accounts showed a deficit of £2,000. When I looked into Johnny's records, well, I'm terribly sorry, Mrs. Aysgarth. He should have told you.
Johnny, I am leaving you. It is very important that we never see each other again.
Lena.
Yes?
Oh, Ethel told me she'd packed your grips.
Yes.
Oh, then you've heard, eh?
Yes, I've heard.
I'm so sorry, darling. I'm terribly sorry. This telegram just came from the doctor. It tells how it happened.
Telegram?
There aren't many details. I deeply regret your father died early this morning from heart failure. Your mother wishes you to come at once. Lena. Tired, darling?
A little.
It's been a nasty week for you. I'll be glad to get you home. Lena, do you ever have any regrets that you married me?
Why do you ask that?
Seems pretty obvious that your father would have left you a lot more than his portrait if you'd been anybody else but Mrs. John Aysgarth.
Oh, is that what you meant?
You haven't answered my question.
What about you? Have you any regrets?
Monkey face. Marrying you is the one thing I've never changed my mind about.
Do you really mean that, John?
Yes, I really mean that. What about you?
I couldn't stop loving you if I tried.
Have you tried?
Yes, once.
When?
When I found out you'd lost your job with Captain Melbeck.
How long have you known?
Since last Friday.
Who told you?
Captain Melbeck, I met him.
Did he tell you why?
No. Suppose you tell me why.
Oh. Oh, well, we just didn't get along. Say, it's quite nice here. Shall we stop and have a look at the sea? Pretty, isn't it? Gee, it'd be quite a drop off this cliff, wouldn't it?
Why didn't you get along with Captain Melbeck?
Oh, I don't know. He's a bit of an old fogey, you know. Monkey Face, the way to make money is to think in a big way. Now, look at all this land, for instance. Look at the view from these cliffs. Now, why isn't something done about it? You know, if I had £10,000, or still better, 20,000, I could start a development here.
All you need is £20,000.
£20,000. That's all I'd need.
£1,000, eh? You think we could swing it for that, Orbin?
Well, of course. Now, you see, Beaky, this is the ground plan.
That's wonderful, Orbin. Then we could put the large hotel up here on the cliff, eh?
That's the idea.
Hello. What's going on in here,
Oh, Monkey Face. We're organizing a real estate company. We're about to buy a very beautiful piece of land right by the sea.
What a view. What sun. What air.
And then we sell part of it at a profit.
Oh, I see, but you'll need financing for all this.
Of course.
Have you found someone to put up the money?
Of course.
Who?
Me?
Oh, I see.
Well, the idea's mine, but the money's Beaky's. And the corporation, well, Beaky's going to borrow against some securities he has in Paris.
Yes, but...
Oh, look, darling, let me show you how simple it is.
Does Beaky understand it?
Oh, perfectly. I think.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Aysgarth.
Yes, Ethel?
You're wanted on the phone, sir.
Oh, thank you. Oh, excuse me.
Yes, right, old boy.
Now, Beaky, please explain it to me, will you?
Well, you see, my dear girl, well, you see, we buy up this land and then we sell part of it. That gives us a 100% profit in no time. Then on the other part, we build something or other.
Oh, yes, but from whom do you buy the land? To whom do you sell it?
Well, that shouldn't be difficult, do you think?
Beaky, isn't it about time you grew up?
I say, old girl, you're scolding me.
Yes, you need a scolding.
Shall I go and stand in the corner?
Oh, Beaky, you're not being fair to Johnny.
I say, old girl, that's a bit thick. Why, he's president of the whole thing, which he gets a salary, writes his own checks.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Oh, what's wrong with that?
Yes, what is wrong with it? Well, Lena?
I say, Lena's telling me that you're a bit soft in the head. Is that it?
Sounded like that to me. Yeah, hadn't you better be changing for dinner?
Oh, right, old boy. Shan't be a jiffy.
What right have you to interfere in my affairs?
But I wasn't really. I was only...
You were only what?
Well, I was only trying to tell Beaky that he shouldn't leave everything to you. It's not as if you were both experienced businessmen.
What the devil do you know about business?
Oh, very little.
Suppose Beaky had taken you seriously. You'd have ruined the whole scheme. Do you realize that?
Yes, but if it weren't good...
That's my business, not yours. If I say it's good, it's good. And I don't want any interference from you or anybody else. Is that clear?
Yes, that's clear. Yes, who is it? Yes, Johnny?
Oh, I thought you might like to know. I'm calling off that real estate plan.
Why? What happened?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps the land isn't any good, or perhaps I don't like the idea of risking Beaky's money, or perhaps it's a stiff job, and I'm just too lazy.
I don't know what it is, but every time I play anagrams, I can only make three-letter words. D-O-U-B. D-O-U-B is no such word.
Try this.
D-O-U-B-T. Doubt. Oh, thanks, old girl. I said, Johnny, I don't see why you want to call off this real estate business.
It's no good.
But the corporation's formed already. The money's been put up in your name, old boy.
The deal is off, Beaky.
Why do we have to drive all the way up there to look at it?
I won't be responsible for calling the scheme off without first proving to you that it's no good. So we're going up to the cliffs early tomorrow morning and take a look.
Well, why are you so insistent?
Because, as I told you, I won't be responsible.
Oh, all right, old boy. That's it. What's it you got there, Lena? M-U-D-D-E-R? There's no such word, is there? Try the R instead of the D. M-U-R-D-E-R. Murder. That's more like it.
Murder.
Okay, Johnny, I don't like going up there in the morning. Well, why do we have to go up so early?
Now, Beaky.
Murder.
Oh, well, if we have to, well, let's get on with the game. It's your turn, old girl.
The money in his name. Murder. The cliffs overlooking the sea.
I say, Lena.
The edge of the cliff. Stay away, Beaky.
Lena, I say.
You push him off, you kill you. Murder, murder.
Lena, what's the matter?
Lena.
Here, give me a hand here, Beaky. She's fainted.
What time did Mr. Aysgarth leave?
Why, about 7, ma'am.
And Mr. Thwaite went with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, why didn't you wake me?
Well, Mr. Aysgarth said not to disturb you.
What car did they use?
Well, ma'am,
What car? Which one? Listen.
Oh, that's Mr. Aysgarth now, ma'am.
He's back. He's come back.
Hello. Morning, Lena.
Johnny.
You feeling better? Oh, what's the matter? You're as white as a sheet.
Where's Beaky?
What?
Hello, old girl. How you feeling?
Oh.
Any better?
Lena, what is it?
Oh, Johnny. Oh, darling, I'm so glad.
Well. What is all this? Why, I've only been away a few hours.
It seems like 1,000 years.
Yeah, seems like that to me, too.
Oh, shut up, Beaky. It was nothing.
Nothing. I came very near to losing my life. Do you call that nothing?
You nearly lost your life.
Came very close to it.
Oh, let's drop the subject.
No, go on, Beaky. I want to hear about it.
Well, there we were on the top of the cliff. I was trying to turn my car near the edge.
Was Johnny in the car?
No. He was a few feet away.
Go on.
Well, I didn't realize that I was backing the car right towards the edge, but I was. And if old Johnny hadn't taken a flying leap and grabbed the brake, I should be in Kingdom Come by now.
Johnny saved your life. Johnny. Oh, I can never tell you how much this means to me.
To you, darling?
Yes, it means a good bit to me, too. I mean, the old fellow deserves a reward. I say, how about a night out? A spot of celebrating on me, Obin.
Very kind of you, Beaky, but don't you have to go to Paris?
Paris?
Oh, yes, of course, so I do. My security's over there. I got to go over and cancel the arrangements for them. I say, why don't you come over with me?
Why, the cad seems to forget that I'm a married man. I tell you what I might do, Beaky. I might drive up to London with you. Hey, how about that, Monkey Face?
Yes, Lena, do let him come.
Well, it seems to me...
Yes, I know. It seems to you that I should be looking for a job. Well, it seems to me I'll have much more chance of getting a job in London than I would anywhere around here.
Yes, of course he would. I say, do let him come, Lena.
Well, I don't see very well how I can stop him.
Good girl.
Hey!
Mrs. Aysgarth.
Yes, Ethel?
There's an Inspector Hodgson in the hall, ma'am. He wants to speak to Mr. Aysgarth.
Show him in, Ethel.
Very good, ma'am. Will you come this way, please, sir?
Thank you. Mrs. Aysgarth?
Yes?
My name's Hodgson, Inspector Hodgson from the county police.
Oh, how do you do?
I understand your husband's not in, ma'am.
No, he's been up in London for 2 days.
Well, perhaps you might be able to help us.
Yes, of course.
I believe you know a Mr. Thwaite.
Yes, he's a close friend of my husband's.
Well, I don't know how to put it quite. Perhaps it would be easier if I showed you this in this afternoon's paper. Right here, ma'am.
Englishman found dead. An Englishman met with a mysterious death in a house in Paris. He's believed to be Mr. Gordon Cochrane Thwaite of Beaky.
I'm sorry to have to do this, ma'am, but we're making inquiries on behalf of the Paris police. They found some papers on Mr. Thwaite's person which indicated he just formed a corporation with your husband.
What do the French police think caused the death?
Well, this is a copy of a telegram that we received from Paris. Thwaite visited the place in the company of another Englishman. On arrival, Thwaite ordered a bottle of brandy.
Brandy?
According to the statement of one of the waiters, Thwaite's companion asked for the brandy to be served in large beakers. Apparently, as a result of a bet between the two men, Thwaite filled one of these beakers to the brim and drank it all. The other man was not present when the actual tragedy happened. I'm sorry to upset you, ma'am, but do you or your husband happen to know of any friend of Mr. Thwaite's who might have been there with him?
No.
Then perhaps you could enlighten us about this corporation.
Yes, I believe I can. My husband had planned a real estate development with him, and Mr. Thwaite had gone to Paris to dissolve the corporation.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all. Good day.
Good day. He didn't go to Paris. He's in London. Johnny's in London. He's at the club. He's got to be at the club. He didn't go to Paris. He didn't. Hello? Hogarth Club? May I speak to Mr. Aysgarth, please? He left? He left when? Yesterday morning. No, it doesn't matter, thank you. Murder. Murder!
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille returns with Joan Fontaine and Brian Ahern for the third act of Suspicion. Meantime...
Say, Mr. Ruick, do you know how Mother Goose did her dishwashing?
Well, it sounds like a gag to me, Sally, but go ahead.
Well, it was very easy. She made everyone eat with a spoon. And when they were all through eating,
Why, the dish ran away with the spoon. Now, Sally.
Why, it was a wonderful system. Quick, easy, no dishpan hands.
But you couldn't exactly call it thrifty, Sally. There's no record that the dishes and spoons ever ran back again. Now, I can tell you a way to wash dishes that saves you from dishpan hands and is thrifty, too.
The Lux Flakes way. You're right, Mr. Ruick.
Scores of tests have proved how gentle Lux is, have shown that hands, reddened and roughened by strong soaps in the dishpan, grew lovely again after changing to Lux Flakes. Yes, simply changing to Lux took away that red, rough look without the use of any creams or lotions. And new Quick Lux goes further, gives you more suds, ounce for ounce, even in hard water, than any of 10 other soaps tested. It's very thrifty.
So you needn't have red dishpan hands. You save your hands when you wash dishes the thrifty Lux soap way.
Get the generous big box first thing tomorrow morning and use it for your dishes every day. One big box of new Quick Lux will do dishes for about 45 meals. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
The curtain rises on the third act of Suspicion, starring Joan Fontaine and Brian Ahern. In Lena's mind, the sharp sting of suspicion has given way to the dull, sickening ache of certainty. Certainty that her husband is a murderer. Returning to the house, he stands framed in the doorway, looking at her. She turns toward him with fear in her eyes.
You've read about Beaky, have you? I was terribly fond of Beaky.
Were you?
Yes, I loved that silly, generous, good-hearted fool.
Did you?
Of course I did. Next to you, I loved him more than anybody in the world.
Next to me?
Oh, poor monkey face. Here I am thinking only of myself and forgetting about you. You liked him too, didn't you?
I liked him very much. The police were here.
The police? What did they want?
They wanted you to help them. It seems there was an Englishman who made a bet.
Yes, I know. The whole story was in the late edition. What else?
The inspector wants you to phone him. He thought perhaps you could help identify this Englishman.
What did you tell them? Did you mention the corporation?
Naturally, I told them Beaky was planning to dissolve it.
I wish you'd left all that to me. Hello. Wickstead Police Station, please. What else did you tell them?
That's about all.
Hello. Hello, Inspector. This is Mr. John Aysgarth. Yes. Well, I drove up to London with him on Tuesday evening, and we dined at the Savoy. Yes. Well, then I saw him off at Croydon Airport. Oh, no. I stayed in London until this afternoon. At my club.
Lena, how nice to see you. I don't see half as much as you as I'd like.
Well, that's sweet of you, Isabel. You know, I couldn't put my light out until 3 this morning. I was so interested in your last book, and I had to come over and talk to you about it.
That's the most thrilling compliment I ever got.
I was completely fascinated by the way your villain enticed his victim across the footbridge, knowing that the bridge had been sawn through.
And he also knew his victim couldn't swim. Don't forget that.
Well, what I want to know is this. Would you call that an actual murder?
Well, from the moral standpoint, there's no question at all. It is murder.
I suppose it is.
What does Johnny think?
Johnny, I haven't discussed it with him.
I should think he'd be interested. The same situation with this friend of his in Paris.
The same?
Well, that brandy business is just like my footbridge. By the way, this brandy thing isn't new at all, you know.
Oh, it's been done before?
Oh, yes. And in real life, too. I have it here. A book called The Trial of Richard Palmer. Now, where is that book? Trial of Richard Palmer, the trial of... Oh, I remember where it is. It's in your house.
My house?
Yes. Johnny borrowed it a week ago.
Hello?
Hello. May I speak to Mr. Aysgarth, please?
He isn't in. This is Mrs. Aysgarth speaking.
Oh, well, this is the Guarantor's Life Insurance Company.
Yes?
Would you tell Mr. Aysgarth that there's been a slight delay in replying to his inquiry? But we've written him fully on the matter, and he should get our letter by first post in the morning.
Dear sir, replying to your inquiry regarding a loan of £5,000 against your wife's insurance policy, we regret to state that such a loan cannot be granted. According to the terms of the policy, payment can only be made in the event of your wife's death. If you...
Morning, dear. Any letters for me? Oh, what's the matter?
Nothing.
Darling, you're not shivering, are you?
I have a bit of a chill.
Cold in all this sunshine? My poor little shivering baby. Oh, what are we doing tonight?
We're going to Isabel's to dine.
Oh, what a bore. Well, let's get back to that new book of yours, Isabel. You mean to tell me that a fellow comes into a room, sits down and starts to strum on the piano, and 2 seconds later he's shot? Is that the idea?
Yes. A certain note on the piano was wired to a revolver concealed in the wall paneling.
Oh, I don't care much for that, Isabel. You're slipping, old girl.
What's wrong with it?
Oh, it's too complicated. If you're going to kill somebody, just do it simply.
How would you do it simply, Johnny?
Oh, I don't know, dear. Just use the most obvious method.
For instance?
Well, for instance, poison. Say, arsenic.
Arsenic can be traced in the body, of course.
But it isn't always.
No. This very minute, there are probably hundreds of murderers walking about.
Thousands.
Johnny, do you suppose those murderers are happy?
Oh, I don't know. Why shouldn't they be? Anyway, Isabel, it seems to me that by now somebody would have discovered a poison that can't be traced.
What's that?
What about it? Isn't there?
An untraceable poison? Nonsense. There's no such thing.
Isabel, you're hiding something from me.
Johnny, you're locking up. What about Ethel?
Oh, it's Ethel's night off. She won't be back till morning.
What about Cook?
Have you forgotten? Cook's away on holiday.
Oh.
My darling, you're shivering again. Do you suppose you're catching cold?
Yes, I think that's what it must be.
Oh, well, we'll have to tuck you into bed and get you nice and warm. Come along.
No, Johnny, please don't.
What's the trouble?
Johnny, I'm in a state tonight. I don't know why, but I'd like to be alone. Would you mind sleeping in your dressing room?
Well, of course I'd mind.
Please, Johnny, I haven't been sleeping well.
Oh, I understand. You used to sleep badly when I wasn't here, and now you... Well, all right, if that's the way you feel about it. Good night.
Poison. Arsenic. Poison. Untraceable. In the event of your wife's death. Poison. In the event of your wife's death, your wife's death, your wife's death.
Come on, Lena. Wake up, dear. You feeling better?
Yes,
Hello, darling.
Isabel.
I came over this morning. We were quite worried about you, Lena.
This morning? Have I been sleeping all day?
The doctor gave you a pill, darling. That's all you needed. Rest. Here, I'll run down and tell Ethel to fix something for supper. I'll be right back.
He's 1 in a million, that Johnny of yours.
Isn't it?
I warn you, you'd better get well, because if you leave me alone much longer with him, my career will soon be over.
He flirted with you, I suppose.
Flirted? Worse than that. He's worming all my secrets out of me.
Did you tell him anything today?
Did I? Now, honestly, have you ever been able to deny Johnny anything?
It was about that poison, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. And if he writes a story on that one before I do... Lena, imagine. A substance in daily use everywhere. Anyone can lay his hands on it, and within a minute after taking the victims beautifully out of the way. And mind you, it's undetectable after death.
Is whatever it is painful?
Not in the least. In fact, I should think it would be a most pleasant death.
Lena, are you awake?
Yes.
I brought you a glass of milk. Here, darling, I'll put it here. Drink it before you go to sleep. Good night, darling. Why don't you let me help you pack?
But there's no need to.
What's the matter with you this morning? You're still annoyed with me, aren't you?
No, Johnny, really, I still don't feel well, that's all.
And a few days at your mother's will do you more good than staying at home.
Oh, not exactly that. Dear Mother telephoned me.
She got on that phone awfully early, it seems to me.
Well, Mother gets up early. I happened to mention that I was a bit nervy, and before I knew it, I'd agreed to spend a few days with her.
Oh, all right. I'll run down and get the car ready.
Oh, no, please, I'll drive myself.
I prefer to drive you.
You're going so fast, Johnny.
You want to get there, don't you?
Well, did you have to go by this
Oh,
road?
why not? It's the shortest way, isn't it? Ha! There's the hotel site. And that's another thing I've failed at.
The cliffs. He's going to kill me. That door is open. He's going to kill me. The curb up there, the door was swinging. He's going to push me out and down. Bernard, down.
Look out! Get your hand off that door, Lena!
Let me go.
Lena, come back!
No!
Lena!
Let me go!
Lena, what's got into you?
Oh, leave me alone.
Stop it, you little fool, stop it! I've had enough. How much do you think a man can bear? Listen to me. You turn me out of your room, you go running away to your mother's, and now you shrink away from me as though you hated me. You're my wife, Lena.
But I thought...
Why, you almost killed us both back there, because you had to pull away even when I was reaching over to save you from falling out of the car. Well, you don't have to put up with me anymore.
Johnny, wait. Where are you going?
First, I'm taking you on to your mother's.
And then what?
Oh, don't you worry. I won't bother you again.
Johnny, you mean you're... Johnny, why were you asking Isabel about that poison? What were you planning to do with it? Johnny, you were going to kill yourself. Oh, my darling.
Yes, but I saw that was a cheap way out. So I'm going back to see it through. Prison term and everything.
Prison? You mean Melbeck? That money you...
I can't pay it back. I made the last attempt to raise the money when I went away with Beaky.
To Paris.
Paris? I didn't go to Paris. I went to Liverpool. I tried to borrow on your insurance. But it didn't work.
You mean you were in Liverpool when Beaky... Then you didn't go to Paris?
Well, of course not. Do you think I'd have let some idiot give poor old Beaky that brandy if I had?
Oh, Johnny. If only I'd known. I was thinking only of myself, not of what you were going through. Oh, if I'd been really close to you, you could have confided in me, but you were ashamed to. Oh, if I'd only understood. Oh, Johnny, it will be different now. We'll make it different.
People don't change overnight, Lena. I'm no good.
Oh, let's turn back, Johnny. Let's go home and see it through together.
No, it won't work.
Oh, it will work. I know it will. Johnny, please, you can't shut me out. Turn the car around and let's go home. Please, Johnny.
Get in the car.
Johnny, where are we going?
We're turning back. We're going home.
Our stars will return to the microphone in just a moment for a curtain call. Meantime, some news of interest to women about the new rayon stockings that stores are featuring today. You know, these new rayons have greater elasticity and greater strength than earlier ones. New finishes make them more beautiful, too. Of course, you'll need to give these new rayons the right care for best results. Rayon is temporarily weak in water, so handle it gently. Don't rub. don't use strong wash day soaps. Just squeeze lukewarm Lux suds through the stockings, then rinse just as you do with silk and nylon. Roll the stockings for a moment in a Turkish towel to press out the moisture. Then unroll them at once and hang them over a smooth rod. Always be sure you get rayon stockings really dry before you wear them again. Let them dry from 24 to 48 hours. This is important because even though the stockings may feel dry before this time, the inside of the rayon threads may still be damp, and rayon regains its natural strength only when thoroughly dry. You'll find this easy Lux way pays big dividends in cutting down runs and giving you long wear from these lovely new stockings. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
It's no secret to most of you that in private life, our stars are Mr. and Mrs. Brian Ahern. And it's no secret to any of you that they gave a fine performance tonight in Suspicion.
Oh, thank you very much, C.B. Joan has been looking forward to weeks to her first visit to the Lux Radio Theater.
And to playing opposite Brian, too, Mr. DeMille.
Sounds as though she married you because she admired your acting, Brian.
Well, that's the best review I've had yet, C.B. Confidentially, though, I married Joan for her Academy Award. I had a suspicion she'd win it.
Ooh. I think you'd better buy an extra war bond this week, Brian, for a pun like that.
Definitely. What's the news on the front on Hollywood's all-out battle of bonds, Mr. DeMille?
I was talking with headquarters just today, Joan, and the noon communique is we're advancing on all fronts. The goal for the entire industry, you know, is 10% or more of everyone's income for war bonds.
That should buy a lot of tanks and planes, C.B.
About $300,000 worth a week, Brian. Perhaps 100 bombers a year will be paid for by bonds Hollywood will buy through our voluntary payroll savings plan. And that doesn't count our regular cash sales of bonds either.
It sounds like a system that every business might adopt, Mr. DeMille. How is it organized?
The Motion Picture Committee for Hollywood was formed at the request of the Treasury Department to represent every part of the motion picture industry, labor, management, and creative branches. The producer with 4 telephones and 3 secretaries is no more important than the carpenter who builds the set or the electrician who lights it. We need everybody. You know, at a meeting the other day, the 2 best suggestions were made by a lovely extra girl who just come from the set in makeup and a man who just come from the same set in overalls.
In other words, Hollywood's payroll savings plan is democracy at work to sell war bonds.
Like that carpenter I was talking about, Brian, you hit the nail on the head. In a few weeks, we expect to tell the Treasury Department that every actor, stenographer, writer, musician, makeup man, costumer, hairdresser, executive, business manager, agent, cameraman, sound technician, director, carpenter, clerk, electrician, and set dresser has signed up. That every man and woman who works in motion pictures and the allied branches of the industry is in the payroll savings plan and is voluntarily putting at least 10% of his or her salary in United States war bonds. Not just this week or this month, but every payday for the duration of the war.
And it's one production with a starring part for everyone.
Well, who's starring here in the Lux Radio Theater next week, C.B.?
First, let me tell you the play, Brian. It's Frederick Lonsdale's famous comedy, The Last of Mrs. Cheney. And our stars will be Norma Shearer, Walter Pidgeon, and Adolphe Menjou. The Last of Mrs. Cheney ran a whole season on Broadway and twice made a hit in motion pictures. I fully expect it to keep up that brilliant record here next Monday night with a cast like Norma Shearer, Walter Pidgeon, and Adolphe Menjou.
Well, that play is one of my favorites, C.B. Thank you and good night.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night. Good night. Remember, a bond every payday keeps the Axis away. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Norma Shearer, Walter Pidgeon, and Adolphe Menjou in The Last of Mrs. Cheney. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Ladies and gentlemen, modern medical science can cure cancer if the disease is discovered early. the Women's Field Army of the American Society for the Control of Cancer, deserves your support in its campaign to spread knowledge of cancer control. Joan Fontaine appeared tonight through the courtesy of David O. Selznick and will soon be seen in the title role of the David O. Selznick production, Jane Eyre. Brian Ahern, star of Columbia Pictures, will be seen in their production of Salute to Sahara. Nigel Bruce appeared through the courtesy of Universal Pictures. His next picture is Universal's Sherlock Holmes Saves London. Heard in tonight's play were Jill Esmond as Isabel, Vernon Steele as General McLeodlaw, Gloria Gordon as Mrs. McLeodlaw, John Abbott as Melbeck, and Eric Snowden, Claire Verdera, and Pax Walter. The Lux Radio Theater is shortwave to American armed forces throughout the world. Tune in next Monday night to hear Norma Shearer, Walter Pidgeon, and Adolphe Manjou in The Last of Mrs. Cheney. Our music was conducted by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Right this way, folks. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Step right up. Yes, welcome this night to a carnival. To the razzle-dazzle clash of color and sound. Hiding hate and evil and murder.
Right this way. The Freak Show, ladies and gentlemen. See nature's mistakes. Step right up.
It's opening night at Prince's Carnival outside St. Louis. But no fortune teller sees in cards or crystal ball the dark events that will happen here.
I loathe everything you are. The sight of you sickens me. I'll...
You'll what? Beat me? Break me?
Yes.
Try it. Every man in the carny knows you're here, knows what you are. Giant, strong man, grips, barkers, they're all standing by. If I call, they'll tear you apart. Oh, give me reason to call. I'd love it. Go on. Hit.
Our suspense drama, Tattooed for Murder, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Nancy Moore and stars Terry Keane and Stefan Schnabel. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
There's nothing wrong with drinking Budweiser sip by sip, is there? Well, the Brewers of Budweiser think there's a better way. Sipping's fine if you're drinking wine. But Bud is the king of beers, a hearty drink. Look, rinse a 10 or 12-ounce glass with cold water. Then open a can or bottle of Bud and pour it right down the middle so it kicks up a good head of foam. Now, take a big drink and then swallow big. No sips. That's how it should be done. More taste, more beer drinking enjoyment. Thanks to exclusive Beechwood aging, Budweiser has a smoothness that lets it go down especially easy. Sure, it's an expensive way to brew beer, but brewing beer right does make a difference. That's why, when you say Budweiser, you've said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
When you invite guests over for a holiday dinner, you won't want to spend all your time in the kitchen. Frank Lieber here with some help from True Value Hardware stores who have kitchen appliances that'll do the pot watching for you. There's Sunbeam's high dome multi-cooker fry pan, for instance. Cook's large roasts or fowl, the automatic thermostat assures even heat. has a hard-coat Teflon cooking surface, so you can use metal utensils, and foods won't stick, so cleanup chores will be easier. That's the Sunbeam High Dome Cooker Fry Pan. True Value hardware stores also have Sunbeam's new High Dome Teflon Crocker Fry Pan. Has a removable ceramic vessel that turns the fry pan into a slow cooker. And because it's heat resistant, the Crocker is safe for oven use too. Both the Crocker and fry pan remove from the base for easy, complete cleaning. Sunbeam's Crocker Fry Pan and Multi-Cooker Fry Pan are just two of the values at participating True Value hardware stores.
I promised you a carnival. I'll keep that promise. But be warned that I do not promise a spun sugar candy time. On the contrary. First, we must go back 3 years. That summer, St. Louis papers carried a story that was milked for all it was worth. It was worth a great deal. Headlines.
Otto Kramer's daughter missing. Heiress disappears. Erica Kramer not found. Foul play suspected.
That was 3 years ago. Today, a mansion outside the city has a bronze plaque fixed to iron gates. Otto Kramer, no admittance. Due perhaps to the disappearance of a daughter of this house, no one is welcomed beyond its gates. Inside alone on this fateful morning, another daughter, Catherine, age 16, a few minutes ago said goodbye to her father as he left for his bank. She now starts upstairs to clean. In spite of his wealth, Kramer keeps no servants, obeying his own dictate, no admittance. Suddenly, Catherine is startled by a frightening sound. Only the doorbell. But no one comes here unless her father is present, and seldom then. Would Papa want her to answer? Catherine thinks not, is certain not. The ringing persists. But suddenly the sound no longer seems frightening. Instead, a merry summons. The world at her door. She flies down the stairs, but as her hand turns the doorknob, hope vanishes. No one has come to see her. No one ever will. Papa forbids it. Papa's word is law, is iron.
Catherine? Oh, don't you know me, Kate? Erica! Oh, little sister. I can't believe it. I thought you were dead. No, I'm real. I'm here. I'm back, and I'm certainly not dead.
Oh, I've dreamed of this 1,000 times.
Oh, so have I, little Kate. Dreamed and planned. But come inside. Hurry. I don't want to be seen.
Does that mean you'll go away again? Oh, Erica, don't. Please don't.
We'll talk about that in a minute. First, I have to look at this house, this prison I broke out of. Nothing's changed. Cold and ugly. No, I don't want to look at it. Let me look at my little Kate.
Oh, Erica, where have you been?
Oh, you are so pretty now, you sweet 16.
It doesn't matter about me. Tell me where you've been all these 3 years.
You matter more than anything. Oh, does Papa ever let you out of this house?
Well, sometimes he takes me driving, and sometimes to church.
Papa, in church? Oh. And the rest of the time, what do you do?
Have you forgotten what it's like here?
Oh, Kate, how could I? But then there were two of us. We could at least talk to each other. Who do you talk to now?
No one.
No tutor anymore?
Not since I was 16.
Not one single friend? No fun at all? Never mind. I know the answer. Papa's made you into this pitiful little mouse.
Oh, please don't talk about me anymore. Tell me where you went.
Guess.
Oh, but we did guess. Papa and I and the police. Oh,
And the smartest private detective in all of St. Louis. All that money squandered for nothing. Where were you? Why won't you tell me? All right, little one. Hang on tight. I was in the last place on earth Papa would dream a daughter of his could be. Where? In a carnival. You're teasing. It's a joke. Yes, a beautiful, wonderful joke. But the joke's on Papa. A Kramer daughter, part of a carny. Remember the summer I disappeared, the carnival 2 miles away? Uh-huh. Remember how we could hear the music sometimes? Oh, yes, I do remember. You said it was a merry-go-round. One afternoon I sneaked off to see it. I couldn't tell you, honey. I was 19 and grown, but you were only 13. It would have scared you. Papa would know it. He would sense it, and he'd pry the story out of you. No. Yes, baby. All right. Well, maybe then. But not now. Not anymore. So, after I saw everything at the carny, bold as brass, I went to see the owner, Jody Prince. I told him about this concentration camp. I said I wanted to be in his carnival. He liked my looks. He said he could use me in one of his shows, and he signed me on. The next week, when Prince's carnival left St. Louis, I left with it. Out of this house of death into a carnival that was life. My sister? In a carnival? What do you do in a place like that? You'll know soon enough. Now, come on. Let's pack your bag. I'm taking you with me, and you'll never come back to this jail again. Taking... I'd never come... Me? Why else would I be here? Take this chance. Baby, did you think I'd forgotten you? But you never wrote. You never phoned. Katie, you must have known I didn't dare. Papa would have all mail forwarded to the bank, have the phone tapped, or what friends did we have to send a message by? I had to wait till the carny came back to St. Louis. But all these years I have planned for this day. The day Papa would lose you, too. So come on, let's pack your bag. I can't go. I can't do that. Kate, please don't be afraid. You'll be as safe in the carny as I've been. He won't look for you there any more than he looked for me. Anyway, you will stay out of sight until we leave town. No, you don't understand. I have to take care of Papa. He's getting old. He has a very bad heart condition. Kate, you have given him 16 years of your life, and what has he given you? He's locked you in this prison, made you a servant, beats you. He hasn't beaten me once since you went away. I don't believe that. It's true, never. Well, then you never crossed him. I did. Mama did. And we both paid for it, Kate. Mama died of it. I ran away from it. And you're so beaten down he doesn't even need to use that walking stick. Papa and I get along. Maybe not like other people, but we've made a life. The only life I know. Why did you have to come and bring another? Go away so I can forget you every day. All right, Katie. Katie, please. Look, this is too sudden. This is too new. Papa owns you, owns every thought. You need time for thoughts of your own. Now, I'll go away until tomorrow. Today and tonight, think about the carny with me. I will go everywhere, see everything. It's like merry-go-round music, honey. Think of it like that. A merry-go-round? Mm-hmm. And you won't tell Papa I was here. Oh, no. Katie, promise. Nothing in the whole world could make me tell him. Tomorrow morning I'll come again. And by then you'll change your mind. Tomorrow my little sister and I will go back to the carny together. Papa? Would you like some more meat? No. Wasn't the roast the way you like it? Papa? Will you have anything else at all?
No.
Then, if it's all right with you, I'll do the dishes. Excuse me.
Don't Sit down. You have not my permission to leave.
Yes, sir.
You will answer a question, Catherine, and you will answer with care. What is wrong with you tonight?
No, nothing's wrong, Papa.
Nothing is wrong. I see. Or do you think perhaps you can fool your father? Yes, Catherine?
Please, I'm not trying to fool you.
There's a difference here. Something has happened. Now you will inform me what it is.
What could possibly happen?
That is what I intend to learn. Did you leave this house?
No, sir.
Someone was here?
No, sir.
You lie.
No, Papa, no.
Then why did your hands tremble when you passed my food? Why is your face flushed like an apple? Huh? Why?
It's just... Well, I just don't feel very well. All day
you hide something. Tonight you lie. I will have the truth, Catherine. One way or another, I will have it.
I did tell you a lie, Papa. I went out.
Out where, my child?
To the grocery store.
And how did you go to the grocery store?
The bus.
And what did you want at the store?
To buy apples.
I do not see any apples.
Oh, but they didn't have any.
A pity. Since you so much wanted apples that you left the house, you're not allowed to leave. But we are very fond of apples. Are we not, Catherine?
Yes, Papa.
Why can't you look at me, Catherine?
I am, Papa.
Yes, now you are. Now, why do you stammer, huh, little one? Your pleasant outing today has made you nervous, yes? Answer me!
Papa!
Answer, what ails you?
I told you, I don't feel good.
Your health is poor. I had forgotten. You will forgive me my lapse of memory.
I'll go up and lie down if you don't need me anymore.
No, I cannot spare you. There's something I want you to get for me. My walking stick.
But it's there by your chair, Papa.
Yes, so it is, yes. But it is my whim that you hand it to me. All right, walk around the table. Pick it up. Place it in my hand. Come on! Good. I put great store by obedience. You know that, do you not, Catherine?
Yes, sir. Your stick, Papa.
On second thought, you will hold it yourself, and we will observe it. The gold carving on the top. Describe it, please.
It's a crown.
A crown signifying authority. My walking stick once belonged to the Emperor Napoleon. His hand held it. Now yours, soon mine. One more question, child. Why do I always carry it?
I don't know.
As the symbol of my authority. And when that authority is questioned, is in doubt, the walking stick of Napoleon removes that doubt. You follow me?
Yes, sir.
Alas, your sister's disobedience in the past compelled me to use it. But not on you, never. And I trust I never will. Shall we test you?
I don't know what you mean, Papa.
I think you do. Who was here today, my little Catherine?
No one, Papa. No one was here. Only me all day, except when I went for the apples. No one.
All right. Hand me the stick. Thank you. A fine instrument for changing lies to truth. Soon it will persuade you to talk, and not about apples. Who was here today? Now will you answer?
Yes.
How splendid. it. Who was here with my little girl? Who? Erica!
1 hour later, Otto Kramer stalks down the thronging chaos of the carnival midway. Fury mounts to the bursting point as again and again he asks the same question. Where is Erica Kramer? And receives the same answer. Never heard of no Erica Kramer, mister. Carney personnel banded together to protect one of their own.
Step right up, folks. Right this way.
Right what way? Where in this pigsty is his daughter? We'll find out when I return shortly with Act 2.
There's a fresh new spirit sweeping the land. A spirit of honesty and integrity. A free spirit. A spirit that demands products which fill your utilitarian needs while satisfying your good taste and your desire for economy. We at Buick have felt the spirit and are dedicated to your sense of freedom. Our crisply designed, solidly built 1975 Buicks will bring joy even to the most demanding of free spirits. The 1975 Buick Electra, LeSabre, Riviera, Century, Skylark, Apollo, and the gutsy new Buick Skyhawk are dedicated to the free spirit in just about everyone. Hey, there's an exciting new attitude at Buick. Take advantage of it at your local Buick dealer.
Dine in a real City of Dallas trolley car under the largest collection of Tiffany lamps in America. Or relax in an antique barber's chair and sip something cool. Of course, it's the Old Spaghetti Warehouse, Dallas's fun restaurant, where you can enjoy the $1 million atmosphere at $2 prices, with special luncheon prices from just $1.69. The Old Spaghetti Warehouse for dinner or lunch. It's the best restaurant buy in Dallas. And now park free at our lot at Lamar and Munger, just 1 block east of the restaurant.
Kramer glares with revulsion at the freak tent barker ballying the treasures within.
See them all, folks. 25 cents. Only 2 bits. 1/4 of $1.
Kramer looks above the bally stand at the garish canvases picturing the freaks. Larger than life. More terrible than life. His eyes rivet on the painting of a nearly naked woman. Her body ornamented with hearts, flags, stars, flowers, sunsets, peacocks, snakes. Then, lips locked white, he buys a ticket and enters the tent. On the 5th platform stands the tattooed princess, her body debauched by the colored needle, her beautiful face unmarred, smiling at her admirers. Kramer halts by the 1st platform, stares. And when he has seen enough of his daughter's depravity, he turns and quits the tent.
Erica. Princess. He's coming.
I'm ready. Stay back of my wagon, Jody. Stay out of sight.
I ought to be in here with you. Your father's got a heavy walking stick.
Of course he has. He always has. Go on, Jody. I'm not afraid of him anymore. I can take care of Papa.
All right. Holler if you need me, sweetheart.
I will. Go on. Oh, hurry, Papa. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Show about to begin. Oh, and how I'll relish it. I let the midget tell you where my living wagon is. If I hadn't, no one in the carny would give me away. You think I didn't see you in the freak top? And the look on your face when you saw my body? Now it's covered with a cape. To spare you, Papa? Oh, no. To play a game. And my game will outsmart yours, Papa. Hurry up. The stakes are high. Oh, hurry, damn you. Greetings, Papa.
A freak! My daughter, a freak!
Would you care to come in? Or would a carnival living wagon contaminate the distinguished Otto Kramer?
I will come.
The Princess Frederica is highly honored.
Princess Frederica.
Aren't you pleased I didn't use the name you gave me?
I am revolted by everything you are.
Oh, dear, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry you beat poor little Kate till she told you where I was.
That is a lie. Katrine tells me everything. She is my good, obedient daughter, not like you. Katrine has no sister. Her sister is dead.
Dead? Oh, no, old man, you're wrong. You who think you're never wrong. Katrine's sister is wonderfully alive. Making up for the years I might as well have been dead. 19 years you kept me buried alive.
I came here to take you back where you belong. But you belong where you are, with the dregs of humanity. I wouldn't have this thing you are now. A freak flaunting the corruption of your body for anyone to see.
Well, how well you put it. Would you care to have a private viewing? Oh, of course you would. Very well, Mr. Kramer. I removed my cape.
Oh, freak! Tattooed freak!
Can you think of a better way to disguise the scars my father put on my body?
Oh.
A snake, a rose, the stars and stripes cover stripes. You gave me. Oh, yes. I read the description you supplied the newspapers of your missing daughter. Scars on back from automobile accident. What accident? Oh, God, how I wanted to write to the editor. Dear sir, you cheat my distinguished father. You underrate his powers. The scars on Erica Kramer's back are from his loving hand. Papa, why can't you stop staring at me? Hearts and twine, garlands of flowers, Cupid smirking. How strange you find them beautiful.
No, they are loathsome, vile. I'll...
You'll what? Beat me? Break me?
Yes.
I wouldn't raise that walking stick if I were you. Everyone in the Carney knows you're here, knows what you are, and they are standing by. If I call, they'll tear you apart. Go on. Hit. Give me reason to call. They'll come, every man on the lot. Big Lou, the giant, Herman, the strong man, the grips, the concessionaires, and the man I'm going to marry.
What kind of man would marry a freak? Lie with a woman covered with cartoons? Only another freak.
Jody Prince owns this carnival, and he's like his name. He's a prince. Now get the hell out of here before I have him throw you out.
Oh, with pleasure I go. The sound and sight of you sickens me. You freak.
My body's tattooed, but your soul is. You're the freak.
And you stay away from my Katrine.
That's one order I'll take from you, old man. This morning I thought my sister was worth saving. Well, she's not. She went crying to you about me. Kate's lost. She's all yours. Take her and welcome. Now get out. Oh. You think that's all, Papa? You think I'm through with you? That was only a teaser. The best is yet to come. Jody? Are you out there?
Right here, honey. I just wanted the old man out of sight. If I met him face to face, I might kill him.
Did you hear it all?
Every word. Till you threw him out. I was right here by the door. Beautiful.
Oh, it took me 22 years to win, but I have won, Jody. I have won.
Yes. But there's something I don't understand. You said you were through with Kate.
I lied. I had to. I had to make him think I wouldn't try to see her again. If he thought I'd be back, he'd have Kate guarded, and I couldn't get to her tomorrow.
Oh, baby, he's no dummy. He probably knows you lied, and why. Anyhow, he won't take a chance. She'll be guarded, all right. Count on it.
Then I'll get to her another way.
How?
I've got it all figured. I'm enough of my father's daughter, so nothing can stop me now. Good morning, Papa.
Here Eureka!
Your secretary is taking her coffee break, so I just walked in. I hope you don't mind.
How dare you come here and shame me? Close that door.
Out of respect for your lofty position in the bank, I wore a high neck and long sleeves. But I will shame you. Unless you give me Kate.
Are you out of your wits?
I tried to phone her. You've cut the wires.
Telephone is merely out of order. Very unfortunate.
I went to the house. You've hired a thug to keep me out.
A friend, a house guest.
A jailer guarding the gates.
He will protect Katrine from undesirable associations. She suffered that indignity yesterday. It will not happen again.
Unless you give me Kate, I will drag your name through the law courts.
Indeed.
All of St. Louis will know what you are. You think I won't?
I dare say your folly would go to that extreme, yes. But what judge or jury would take the word of a cheap carnival tramp? Your word against Otto Kramer's? Who would believe a freak whose body is a monstrosity?
Oh, they'll believe me when I show them what the pious Otto Kramer did to that body.
Leave this office. Go where you belong. To freak tent.
Okay, Princess, I cased the joint.
Can we do it?
Risky, but we can pull it off.
Now? In broad daylight?
When you're afraid your old man will yank Kate out of town, or at least hide her somewhere. It's now or never.
How do we do it?
Well, if your house wasn't in the country, we couldn't. Sure, the place is locked and barred, but what we do is get a rope ladder up to Katrine's windowsill.
What about the guard? How do we get through the gates?
I'll take care of him. He's a cinch. You'll stay out of sight while I rap with our friend. I'll be a drunk looking for a shot of booze to cure a hangover.
Oh, Jody.
Listen, it'll be a great act. I'll be falling down drunk, see? I get close to the guy, he's off guard. Whammo, I knock him out. You go up the ladder and persuade Kate to come down it.
Can I persuade her?
Oh, sure you can. You hold all the cards, sweetheart. That plan you've worked out for her is a winner. Come on, let's go.
Papa will come after me. He'll bring me back. He'll come all right, but not bring you back, I promise, honey.
But how can you say that? You know he will.
Because I've got a plan to stop him. Marvelous plan. I fooled him when I joined the Carney, and I can again.
No one can fool him. Last night when I tried to lie, he knew. He always knows.
And last night, what did he do to you, Kate?
I don't want to talk about it.
Kate, we have to. Now listen to me.
I can't.
He has started and he can't stop. The least thing you do to displease him, he'll use that stick. And nothing will please him except pain. Yours.
Don't.
That's what you'll say to him. Don't, Papa, don't. And it won't do any good, Katie. Can't you see you don't dare stay here anymore?
I don't dare go. When you went to the carnival, he didn't know where you were. He couldn't bring you back. With me, he'll know, and he will bring me back.
Little sister, please trust me. I tell you, my plan will work, but we need all day to get ready. Now stop crying. Listen to the plan.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the star of Princess Carnival. Step right up to a platform, step lively. Feast your eyes. Every inch of her lovely body a work of art. Blazoned with hearts and flags, flowers and cupids, snakes and peacocks, suns and stars. Frederica, the tattooed princess. All right, now, quiet, please. Quiet, now, quiet. Watch as the princess turns and the glory of
Johnny,
the child.
wait a minute. Wait a minute. Who is this handsome gentleman who honors our little show tonight? Mr. Otto Kramer, isn't it? Why, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe the foremost banker of St. Louis is an admirer of the tattooed princess. Well, move along, all you lovely people. Come back to see me later. Right now, dear Mr. Kramer wants to talk privately to his princess. And bankers always get their money's worth.
All right, across the tent, ladies and gentlemen. Teeny the midget craves your company. All right, step lively. Right this way, right this way.
Good evening, Papa. How generous of you to patronize the freak show a second time.
Where is Katrine?
And how clever of you to know that she's with me.
What have you done with her?
I've taken her out of bondage.
Answer me!
I answered.
I'll ruin you for this. I'll have this carnival blasted off the map.
Just how do you propose to do that, Mr. Kramer?
Now show me a carnival that isn't breaking the law. Underage performers, harboring criminals, white slavery, and now kidnapping.
Katrine left of her own free will.
She is 16, out of age. That is kidnapping.
Oh, dear, dear. I never thought of that. So why haven't you called the police?
What, and humiliate her? Make this vileness public? Now, I call them after I take her away from here tonight. Now, where is she? You think you can keep her from me?
I've no intention of keeping her from you. You can see her at midnight, after the last show.
I'll see her now.
You'll see her when I say you can see her. Midnight. 4 hours from now. Right here in this tent. Don't try to find her. She's hidden and protected. Until then, I recommend the House of Horrors. You'll feel right at home.
Earlier this night, when Otto Kramer found his house empty, he stood murmuring Katrine's name over and over. Can it be that, in his twisted way, he does love this daughter? Nevertheless, his fingers tightened on the walking stick. When he left for the carnival, he did not trouble to lock the door. What was valuable in his house already had been stolen. No admittance. Anyone who disobeys Otto Kramer must be punished. We'll witness someone's punishment when I return shortly with Act 3.
I want that sinus medicine.
Headache tablets?
No, sinus medicine. Sinus tablets. Helps the headache and the pressure.
Oh, you mean sign-off.
Exactly.
Headache pain is one thing. A sinus headache is something else. Sometimes your whole face can seem to throb with pain. You want relief. Take Sign-Off tablets. SINEOFF, the sinus medicine that gives you a full dose of pure aspirin, plus a sinus drainer. Sign-Off, the sinus medicine that helps relieve sinus pain while you drain. And Sign-Off doesn't stop there. Have you tried Sign-Off Sinus Spray, the fastest known form of sinus congestion relief? It works in seconds. That's Sign-Off Sinus Spray. When sinus flares up, use Sign-Off tablets and spray, only as directed.
SINEOFF.
Sign-Off.
Exactly.
Sign-Off, the sinus medicines in the bright red box.
Midnight in Madrid. We walk down the ancient street of the knife makers, Calle de Cuchilleros. We open the carved wooden doors of Botín. Here friends have gathered for 250 years to dine and talk and taste the beauty of Spanish wines. Now, in another age, Mistala is here. Mistala, the light, natural rosé wine created in Spain to capture a legendary flavor. Mistala, imported rosé, born of vines that once bore the wines of a fabulous era. Mistala, taste it. The talk will be good, and so will the memories. Mistala, Mistala, Spanish rosé.
Midnight. The carnival toys are silent, closed down. The midway is emptying of customers, departing with bright balloons and cheap prizes won in games of chance. But one customer most surely does not depart. And another game of chance is about to begin. Otto Kramer paces the dimly lighted freak tent, the walking stick gripped in his hand. In Erica's living wagon, his two daughters are no less tense than their father. Both wear long satin capes winking with sequins, Erica's purple, Catherine's red.
You two beautiful dolls ready?
Oh, Jody, will it work?
Easy, Princess, easy. It'll work.
It can't. Oh, I never should have come.
Why not quit it, both of you?
If Papa takes Kate back.
It'll be worse than it was before.
Will you cut it out? All those promises I made her. What was I thinking of?
You know, I never saw you like this before. My girl has a nerve of 10 people, ain't scared of nothing.
That's when I take chances for myself. This is for Kate. Maybe I'll hurt her instead of help.
And maybe you'll give her the world by the tail.
Erica, why didn't you ask the fortune teller if we should do this?
Oh, for Pete's sake. Carlotta can't even predict that the sun will rise.
And we can't predict Papa.
Oh, I wish I hadn't come.
Now, you won't say that when it's all over, honey.
Like spinning the wheel of fortune. Will it stop on Kate's number? The odds are terrible against her, Jody.
I'll give you big odds. One gets you 20, the wheel spins her number.
It won't. I know it won't.
Oh, now, damn it. We spent all day getting ready for this caper. Here it is time for the big performance. You're both a mess. All right, you want to call it off? Let your old man win hands down? Is that what you want?
No. No, never. Just the sound of the words makes me sick. Thank you for saying them. Put my head back together. All right, Kate. I promise you all over again. Papa won't want you anymore. He won't take you back. Now believe it.
I will. I have to. Now, can we please just get it over with?
That's more like it. All right, you all set, Kate? Remember everything you're supposed to do and say now.
Every single thing we rehearsed. If I can just go through with it.
My money's on you, kid. You're your sister's sister.
Oh, I hope I can remember the part about the wings. I like that part.
Let's just run over a couple of things. Princess, when you go into that tent alone, you keep the old man standing right by the entrance. Don't let him too near Kate, huh?
I know.
If he moves toward her, step in between if you have to.
Don't worry.
Kate waits about 2 minutes, then makes her entrance.
Oh, it'll be the longest 2 minutes in the world.
Well, that's why you wait till I say when. I don't want you jumping the gun. And remember, you're the one that stays close to the entrance.
I will.
And all the time, I'll be right outside.
Ready or not, Papa, here we come.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. Show about to begin. Hey, and what a show.
So sorry I kept you waiting, Papa.
Where is Katrine?
She'll be along.
What new trick is this now?
Such a suspicious mind, Papa.
You kept me here cooling my heels while you had her spirited away. But it will do you no good. You will be arrested for kidnapping and forced by the police to tell me where Catherine is.
Simmer down, Papa. None of that will be necessary. Kate is just primping a little. She wants to be pretty for you.
Hello, Papa.
Catherine, you will come home with me this minute. And take off that cape.
It's such a pretty cape, Papa. Red satin and sequins.
Oh, your sister's cheap finery. Take it off at once.
Dear Papa, you sound like a customer at a burlesque show. But I warn you, if Kate takes off the cape, you may not like what you see. She's wearing what I wear in my act. A G-string.
Oh, Catherine, you would not.
You don't believe it, Papa?
No.
Well, then I'll have to show you. I'll spread my cape like wings. Wings for flying. Free as a bird. And you can see if I'm as pretty as Erica. There. Look.
Oh, my God.
Take a good look, Papa.
Katrine.
Yes.
Not you.
Yes, Katrine tattooed like me.
Tattooed all.
No, tattooed daughters. What a proud father.
Aren't the roses and sunsets pretty? The flags and the hearts.
Put down that cane.
I'll break her in two for this.
Kate, Rod, get out. Get out. Go to my wagon. I'll finish with Papa.
I'm sorry you don't like it, Papa.
Jody, go with Kate.
Oh, you.
Put down the cane. You won't break me in two either. Kate and I have broken you.
Oh, Katrine. Katrine.
Katrine tattooed. Katrine as repulsive as you find me. Can you ever bear to look at her again?
No.
Since you don't want her anymore, then she can live with me.
So that is your game. I see now. I see. Want her? No.
So go home to your empty house, and I wish you joy in it.
I do not want her, but I will have her.
What?
I will have my daughter.
You'll take her back the way she is now.
I will take her, and the rest of her life she will be locked away. She's a freak, and freaks should be hidden from the world.
You can't. You can't.
A freak? That is what you have made of your sister. Made ugly what was beautiful. I hope that you are satisfied. That you are said.
Papa! Papa?
Medicine. Pocket.
Your heart. Kate said you had a heart condition.
Pocket. Medicine.
Oh, it's a bad attack, isn't it, Papa? That's very bad.
Erica.
What a shame, because I didn't quite understand what you were saying before you fell down in the sawdust like that. I think you were saying you hope I'm satisfied?
Please.
Oh, Papa, I'm satisfied. I'm very satisfied. That medicine in your pocket, you have to take that to live, don't you? Jody, stay outside. I'm coming out. You stay there. Oh, and Papa, you stay there. As if you could do anything else. I'll be back. Don't you worry. I'll be back.
You all right, Princess?
Oh, yes. Yes, Judy. You go back to Kate. You go back.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing's the matter. I'm saying goodbye to Papa, that's all. Go on, Jody. Katie needs you. I don't.
I don't like the way you sound.
You think this is easy? The hardest thing I ever did in my life, but I have to do it alone. Now, will you go?
All right. All right, I'll go.
Can I do it? Can I? Papa?
Erica,
medicine, yes, I understand. You need it to live. Oh, yes, Papa, I understand that, too. But I don't know that, do I? Nobody ever told me. Oh, Papa, did you ever let Kate and me live? Did you ever give us what we needed? Now, hear this, Papa. If you still have time to wonder how I can do what I will do, I learned it from you, Papa. How could I possibly live with viciousness and evil and hate for 19 years and not have some of it come off on me? Hurry. Yes, I'll hurry and tell Katie you're letting her stay. With your blessing. It is your blessing. Because you have to die so Kate can live. Goodbye, Papa. Goodbye, Papa.
Erica. Catherine.
Tell me again. Say it again. Papa doesn't want me.
He doesn't want you.
He won't take me away.
No, he won't take you away, now or ever.
He doesn't want me all tattooed.
He doesn't want you.
And you're sure he's gone?
Yes. He is gone.
Poor Papa. He didn't like my sunsets and flags and roses and hearts.
Or truth, or decency, or kindness.
Erica, what's the matter with you? You don't sound a bit happy.
I am, of course I am, little Kate. It's just that I don't like sunsets and flags and roses either. Not on you. Come on, let's wash all those pictures off.
Oh, what if Papa had come close to me? What if he'd seen they were only painted on?
How could he, Kate? All his life, Papa never saw anything but evil and ugliness. Come on, Katie. Soap, water, a scrub brush, And my little sister is as good as new.
By now, you know it is not my custom to point a moral. But allow me, just this once. Thank you. The moral is this. Erica spoke a profound truth. You cannot live with viciousness and evil and hate and not have some of it come off on you. I'll be back shortly.
There is a fresh new spirit sweeping the land. A free spirit that demands good products. Products that satisfy your sense of good taste and desire for economy. But above all, products that perform. Buick has been touched by this spirit. And this year, our crisply designed, solidly built Buicks will bring joy even to the most demanding of free spirits. The 1975 Buicks, dedicated to the free spirit in just about everyone.
Stanley Myron Handleton.
Did you know you can have a college grad's career without 4 years of college? All you need is a year or two of technical education to work in fields like engineering, health service, automotive design, and forestry. The facts are in a free booklet called 25 Technical Careers in 2 years or less. Just write, Careers, Washington, D.C. 20202.
A public service message of this station and the Advertising Council.
My friends, you allowed me to draw a moral from our experience tonight. A rather depressing moral, I'm afraid. So let's look at the other side of the coin, the bright side. If you live with the good, the true, and the beautiful, some of that will come off on you, too. Our cast included Terry Keane, Stephen Schnabel, Rosemary Rice, and Ralph Bell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Not there. For God's sake, Charles. Why not? That's the haunted villa. You superstitious? About that place. Anyway, it's boarded up. Has been for years. There's the house now. Maybe we can find some shelter. Oh, statue nearest the house. The lightning hit it. I can't look. It's as bright as molten steel. It's gone. Melted. It's never been. I could swear I saw that thing jump and run into the house. The whole villa is lighting up. Maybe it's on fire. Don't be silly. It's lamplight. Look, the door is open.
Welcome, stranger. Come, this is the night to be abroad. Welcome to the Villa di Square, the house of despair.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the world of terrifying imagination. The fear you can hear. This is the story of a natural-born loser. Within the quietest and most retiring of the genus Homo sapiens, there lurks a tiger, as indeed it lurks in all of us. It takes only the right combination of intolerable pressures, unfulfilled dreams, and the opportunity to escape the first and realize the second to make even the worm turn, which is just what happened to Henry Green.
I do a lot of dreaming. When you're married to someone like Florence, you got to do something. But I never figured any of those dreams to come true. Revenge dreams, you know, like, it is the decision of this court that you, Florence Green, be removed to a suitable place and hanged by the neck until you are dead. Maybe it's hung. I never remember, like, it's all right, Dr. Willoughby. I know you did your best to pull her through, but it's God's will that prevails in the end. Florence is gone forever. Someone yaks at you like Florence and steps on your toes everything you want to do and has to be on you every moment and won't let you out of the house alone. I'm telling you, it's simply murder. So I dream a lot about my wife just not being. But I never thought of actually causing her not to be. I never really meant to end up a murderer.
Our mystery drama, It's Simply Murder, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Jack Guilford. I'll be back shortly with Act One. One of the simplest and most fiendish devices to drive men mad is the Chinese water torture. The slow drip of water, second by second, minute by minute, hour by hour on the forehead. Unending, inescapable, inexorable. Henry Green's life was like that, both in his work and at home.
Did you wash up all your breakfast dishes?
Yes, Florence.
You left the spoons up so they drain?
Yes.
Put out the garbage?
Yes.
And you cleaned out the sink?
Yes, Florence.
You wrung out the sponge?
Yes. Look, I just...
Don't you move until I'm finished talking to you. Now, look, I want you right straight home here after the bank closes tonight.
Well, some of the boys...
Oh, don't give me any, some of the boys.
But just a drink to say bon voyage.
Look, you'll have all the bon voyage on the cruise when we leave tomorrow. Although don't think there'll be any drinking going on there either. There's enough money being spent on this vacation now.
It's the first real vacation we've taken since our honeymoon.
And we wouldn't be having it if I hadn't made you save for it.
I didn't start saving the money for the cruise.
I know. You wanted to save it for a smelly, dangerous, noisy old motorcycle. Well, I wasn't having any of that.
I always wanted one. All my life.
Oh, stop it. You're too old for one now anyway.
How do you know what?
What was that?
I said, now, do you know that I've got to leave or I'll be late for the bank?
Well, don't forget to pick up the suitcase.
What suitcase?
Your old one that Travers' luggage is repairing.
Oh, all right.
And mine to come right home after... Oh, watch out for the cat!
Ouch!
You clumsy fool, you stepped on him.
I didn't. He tried to run out of the door and he bit me.
Serves you right. He knows you don't like him.
Once I left the house, I always tried to put Florence out of my mind. And the best way to do that was to think about Sherry Woods. Not that I could do any more than think about her, because she was Mr. Mercer's day and night, if you know what I mean. But more and more, I guess I was getting to the dangerous age, because I sure did a lot of thinking about Sherry. Well, that's 10, 20, 30, 35, 40, 45, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 makes 50. Thank you, Mr. Robinson. See you next week.
You haven't any more customers, Henry. Close your window.
Why, Sherry, Mr. Mercer wants to see me?
I want to see you. Meet me in the conference room.
Of course, if you say so, but what's wrong?
Everything. As far as we're concerned. Unless maybe we have the nerve to try to put it right. Anyway, it's something we can't talk over here. Meet me where I said. What kept you so long?
Mr. Mercer, he stopped me.
You still think I'm attractive?
Well, Sherry, knowing how I felt for you all this time, you have to ask?
Yeah, I want to be quite sure. Come here, Henry.
Where?
Here. Right close against me. Put your arms around me.
Suppose someone should come in.
I slipped the automatic lock on the door before you came in. We're quite safe.
I don't feel that way.
I meant from being interrupted. Now kiss me.
Sherry, I'm a married man.
Oh, don't tell me you don't want to.
Sherry, you could make me do anything, but... Oh, make me do anything.
All right, that's enough.
Oh, I never kissed anyone like this.
It's a good thing you'd be arrested.
It'd be worth it. Let's do it again.
Well, we could do it forever. If you wanted to.
But I'm married.
Well, we could make a few changes. Henry, when you get back from your trip, are you still expected to be promoted?
Well, Mr. Mercer has practically promised me.
Yeah, forget Cy Mercer's promises. I ought to know how little they're worth. We, my darling, are out.
My darling?
Did you hear the other part?
What do you mean, we're out?
You know in your heart, you'll never be vice president. And I've been fired.
He can't do that to you.
Well, he already has.
You mean Mr. Mercer has, changed his affections?
I mean, that lousy, pot-bellied little two-timer has gone right off the deep end for Miss Fancy Pants.
Gosh, Sherry, I am sorry. If there's anything I can do...
Henry, love, there's plenty you can do to help. You and me are going to be rich. Together. You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Look, I better get back to my cage.
Is that where you think you belong?
Well, I am head teller and...
In a cage? Oh, you're a man, not a mouse. Now's the time for you to prove it. Grab the world by the tail. How'd you like to travel the world, live like royalty, never have to punch a time clock, get away from handling other people's money, have it be your own? Both of us. Just you and me.
Us? But Sherry, I mean, even if there wasn't Florence, I don't have any money. She's got it all.
Oh, then that settles it. I'm going to remake your life.
How?
Well, why don't we have lunch together, and I'll tell you.
Where? The sandwich shop?
No. Let's make it the Gourmet. At 12:30?
But that's terribly expensive.
Oh, Henry, love, that's the way you and me are going from here on in. If you go along with me.
You know, I want to, but how?
I'll tell you that. After the second martini.
I don't think I've ever had 2 martinis in a row. Certainly not in the middle of the day.
Well, that's the whole trouble with you, Henry. You haven't really lived.
That's because I haven't wanted to.
Well, if you really want, you gotta take. I guess we both learned that today.
We sure did. The boat sailed for both of us.
Yeah, well, there's another boat sailing tomorrow that I'm more interested in. It's the one I wish I was taking with you.
Oh, but what could I do with Florence?
Yeah, well, that's what we're going to discuss.
We are?
The best way to get rid of your wife. It's what we both want, isn't it?
Florence would never give me a divorce. And even if she did, she'd want a big alimony. And I just couldn't afford you, Sherry.
Well, I won't deny I'm expensive. But you could easily afford me.
How?
Cy Mercer and his new lady love are leaving early for a weekend in Bermuda. Monday's a holiday. They won't be back till Tuesday morning. It won't be till then that they discover the money is missing.
What money?
The money in the teller's drawers. How much do you think it adds up to?
Well, it's the end of the month. Payday for most people. The deposits have been heavy, somewhere between $600,000 or $700,000. Why? What do you want to know?
I just wanted to know how much we're going to steal. It's all right, dear. No one's listening to us.
I'm not listening to. You must be mad. Steal it for what?
For us to enjoy the rest of our life together.
Together? What about Florence?
Yeah. What about Florence?
I just can't wish her dead, you know.
Well, I don't see why not.
You mean kill her?
How many times have you wanted to?
Almost every day. But that's different. I would never do anything about it.
Not even for me?
It isn't that. I wouldn't know how. Anyway, it's all impossible.
Why?
But it takes 2 keys to close and open the teller's vault. Mine and Mr. Mercer's.
Oh, you mean this one?
How did you...
Well, I told you he was leaving early. He gave me his key to close the vault tonight with Mr. Schaefer.
But Schaefer doesn't have the other key. I have.
Yeah, but I think Schaefer's going to have it because he's instructed me to tell you to give it to Schaefer and tell him we'd be locking up while you're gone.
So we have full access to the money.
Yeah, until the outer door is closed with the time lock.
And then the vault can't be opened until Tuesday. But I'd be trapped on the ship out at sea, and then
Henry, after you've taken the money, you never get on that ship.
I've always wanted to take a cruise, and Florence wouldn't...
There isn't going to be any Florence, Henry. Remember?
But where could we hide?
With enough money, you can hide anywhere. You'd shave off your mustache, get contacts instead of those wire-rimmed glasses, a mod wig. I'd cut my hair short, dye it blonde, and get a nose bob, and put on a little weight in the right places. We'd be new people.
I always wanted to have a beard.
So, all right, grow a beard.
Florence would never let me.
Listen, Florence won't be around to object.
Would I really have to kill her?
What other way around is there?
None.